Hey everyone, welcome back to the fish tank. It's tournament time again. I am looking forward to this one. Hopefully you guys are too. So this is a $400 prize pool 1v1 tournament supported by Team Mana Frenzy. And of course, the Minion Masters developers, BetaDwarf. Big shout out to those guys for supporting. Sinobie's with me as always behind the scenes, keeping things running. So that's great. What do we need to talk about today? Well, this is number 26. Now, number 25 was won by Cat in his kind of return event. We hadn't seen Cat play for a long time. He came back and really dominated that event, beating Mephisto in the final. But from what I see, no Cat in the participant list today. But we do have somebody that I'm very excited to see. Somebody who is a very, very top player. Somebody that we don't see in tournaments very often for various reasons. And that is JF. I think he's currently top of the leaderboard in solos. Which obviously tells us something, but not everything. But it's always good to see him in the event, and we'll see how his ladder dominance translates into tournament play, I guess. So that's great. We're just getting set up here. As always, we just need to ease into the first round. We've got quite a few people in the event today, which is good. So I think that's going to mean we're going to have 5 Swiss rounds. And then we're also going to have a top 8. So that should be good. Right, I just remembered something that I haven't quite set up yet. So let's do that very quickly here. Right, so... Oh yeah, and a reminder as always, there is a PTR this weekend. I put out a video on my YouTube for the upcoming proposed changes, the 2 new cards for the next patch, and of course all the balance changes. So if you want to watch the video, see what's coming up, you can do. If you want to hopefully get involved in testing them and giving your feedback, then you can also do that as well. Right, so let's just change the title. 3-minute delay. Yep, that's a good reminder. We are on a 3-minute delay just to keep everything fair and above board, as always. Now, the only cards that are banned for this event are the season cards. So that is Shroomer Mashumi and Shroomer. Now, I don't think we'd see either of those, to be honest, in their current incarnations. They are expected to get buffed. That's something that's in the PTR for the next patch. So, potentially in the future we might see more of them, but we definitely won't see them today, and even if they weren't banned, we probably wouldn't see them anyway. So that means that the previous season cards are on the table. So I think that means Jezra and Morgrel's Mark, if I'm correct. Let me just double check that was last season. These seasons do come thick and fast. Yep, so that was Jezra the Void Mother and Morgrel's Mark. I would be shocked if we don't see Morgrel's Mark today. Jezra, maybe. She's definitely a lot better than she was before. But Morgrel's Mark is dominating the leaderboard. Dominating all of the leaderboards, I think. We see a lot of them in solos and duos and premates. And of course, don't forget, should be next week, we're going to have my regular Minion Masters meta video. Where we're going to go through what the meta is, what the most played Masters cards, etc. are. And this one should be even better than before because I've been taking screenshots of the leaderboards every single day. So instead of just having one single screenshot, we've got over 2 weeks worth of data so far, and we've crunched that in. So that should give us really good information with regards to what's going on out there on the ladder. And then you can, of course, use that information whether you want to play along with the meta, play against the meta, or, you know, just take that as just regular interest. Right. No, I wasn't talking about you, Anno, but I could have been. Anno is back as well, which is always good to see. Doesn't play at quite the same level as JF, but also always hyped to see Anno. Now, we did have some discussion about banning Avea or giving 3 card bans instead of 2. I have to apologise a little bit to the competitors. I didn't do a very good job at communicating the discussion regarding that or the outcome, so my apologies regarding that. the outcome is nothing's changed for this event. So Avea is not banned, and there is only 2 card bans. Going forward, we'll try to do a better job of making a decision of whether we want to ban Avea, increase the card bans. But we'll discuss that at a later date. But for now, no changes. So that means that each player can ban a master and 2 specific cards against their opponent. Okay, so that's probably that done. Any other business that we need to talk about? If you're interested in the weather here in London, it's not so hot today. We had a lot of rain earlier, which probably means it's going to be really effing humid. 21 degrees, 84% humidity. So there you go. You know, not so hot, but sweaty. There should be a pinned comment with the brackets. So if you want to follow along the brackets from home, you can do. That's good. So if we just have a very quick look at the people that are here, and then we'll get into our first match as soon as possible. Let's just do that, get that on the screen. Okay, so as always, we've got some players we're very familiar with. We've got previous event winners. We've got people that play at a very high level, and we've got some newer players as well. So that's great to have that. We've got Dark Crow, of course, previous champion. Zen's been at a lot of events. Set, previous champion. Anno's here. Silco, previous winner. Yin, very high level player. Westlin, a very high level player of old, kind of getting back into finding his best form. That Ain't It Chief, we've seen them in a lot of events. Centera played in a lot of events as well. Fruit and Garbage, fairly new to the scene, as with Derez, but I think this is their 3rd event. Jules, an older player who's kind of come back. He used to be involved in a lot of running of the tournament, so good to have him here. I did play a game against him on the ladder yesterday, so that was a lot of fun. Nerzl, previous winner, I think. Very good player, Typhaze. JF, as we mentioned, very, very high-level player. Interesting to see how that leaderboard domination translates into potential domination here in the event. Boo Boo, Ficus, familiar face, as is Kryptonius Rex, along with Renzo. Hellkeeping, I think, is a newer name. Tjaenig. Flints Water, a VideoGamer again, an older player who has returned to the scene. Matt, a high-level player. I don't know if we've seen him in too many events so far. And Destroy, of course, a high-level player who's played in a lot of events. So a lot of players here. Great to see everyone getting involved. And, of course, remember, this event is open to everyone of any ability. So it's a great way to get in, to be part of the community, to learn, and get some rewards. Guaranteed rewards of at least a dwarf pack, I think, for everyone that gets involved. Okay, so let's get set up for our first match. So the first match we're going to go is we're going to see VideoGamer against Matt. So my kind of thoughts behind this was, let's see somebody that's not sort of somebody that we normally see at the top, sort of the top 4, but it should be a good game. Both of these very experienced players, very good players, and we'll get set up to see that. So of course we need to figure out the bans for these players. So I just need to make sure that I've got these players able to be spectated. And then hopefully we can get going. So we are going to be doing best of 3 until we get to the elimination. So I think the plan is 5 Swiss events where the players play against each other and earn points. And then at the end of that, we'll have our top 8, which is great to see. And then top 8 will be best of 5, and we will have the conquest rules, which are, I don't know why they're called conquest rules, but it just means that if you've won with a master, you can't play with that master. So things get a little bit more restrictive the longer that you go into the event. Okay, so the good news is those players have added me. So I'll just set this up, and then we'll look at the bans, and then we'll dive in. I may or may not be joined with by FDM a little bit later today, but we'll see. For now, it's just me, and I shall do, as always, my best. Right, so bans. As we know, the players can ban a master and 2 cards. That prevents their opponent from playing them. And they get these ban powers each round of the match, each round of the tournament. I don't. So the players will maybe ban stuff that's strong in the meta, or if they know their opponent, they've played their opponent a lot on the ladder, perhaps they will ban things that they know that they will like to play. Right, so we've got VideoGamer as our player 1. And we've got Matt as our player 2. That should update on the screen there. Okay, nice. Right, so if we look at the bans, we've got VideoGamer banning Morelia. Now, Morelia is actually really heavily played in solos, surprisingly so. And also banning Avea, which is unsurprising. No second card ban. And Matt has banned Wrecked, very strong solo master, as well as Armoon, so that's Herald Armoon, Slap Daddy, and Howling Moon. So it'd be interesting to see what we can kind of glean from that. Morelia and Avea kind of pretty meta bans. Wrecked is a meta ban. Herald Armoon, that suggests a deck that it's going to be difficult. He might not have counters for a strong melee AoE air unit, and Howling Moon suggests that he might be playing bigger units. But we don't know. But what we can do is try to find out. So let's see if we can do that. Okay, guys, thanks for being here at the start of the stream. Had a little bit of treading water, a little bit of an introduction, but it should be almost time to get into our first game. I'm ready here. I've given the players the thumbs up, ready to go. This is going to be VideoGamer. VideoGamer 77. I'm not sure exactly how he's known. He's got on his Steam name, he's got about 14 sevens in it. There's sevens everywhere, but let's just make it simple. Let's just call him VideoGamer. Or maybe even VG. Who knows? We don't want to get too friendly if it's not appropriate. Right. So we shall wait. So reminder, best of 3. And here we go. We're loading into our first game of the day. It begins. Okay, do we have our dual deck technology set up? Looks like we do. Okay. Right, I just need to click one thing, and then I am ready to go. Right, there we go. So VideoGamer playing Milloween, Dynasty Milloween, and Diona for Matt. Interesting to see Milloween here. From the stats I've looked at regarding Milloween's performance this season, she is very underplayed. Right, so that is going to be Korgoth. Just setting the screen up, and then I'll be properly here. Internet's exploded for some reason, but hopefully we're okay. Right, Magma Storm goes for the brothers. How lucky is he getting? Kills one of them. So remember, oh, that's Cleaver's going to do a lot of work. So remember, Diona, Matt is playing Korgoth. So he's going to be trying to get Korgoth out as quickly as possible. Going to need to cycle that seal a couple of times. Remember, every time you cycle it, you get the invokes. Here you see VideoGamer using his HP as a resource. Health is a resource as always, but it is a limited resource. That assassin just surviving's kind of annoying. Okay, so that's quite some substantial damage. So Matt's in a strong position here. Does a lot of damage and is up substantially in XP. VideoGamer's burning quite a lot of mana at the moment. You could see that he was waiting for that to happen, but that was a lot of mana to burn in that situation. Needed to... Oh, okay. So the stun's going to be good here, but the Taunt Trap kind of neutralizes the stun. There is a follow-up stun as well. It's the Stun Blast, so that's going to last for a good while. Plus, it's going to buff anything ranged against it. So the Colossus does die pretty damn quickly in that case. But it does do a lot of damage. Fireball comes in. But a massive XP lead for Matt at the moment here. He'll be happy with how this is going. And as you can see, he has cycled Korgoth Seal twice. Korgoth is available. There it is. Now, Korgoth spawned very deep, as you would expect, but that means that there's a chance for VideoGamer to maybe get some bridge control here, but the Cowardly Imps do shut that down pretty quickly. It's burning a lot of mana again. Doesn't want to play into those Imps. Doesn't want one of them to get killed and the other one run away. But this seems like a very old school sort of Milo Brotherween deck. But may not be as strong as it used to be. Okay, so Korgoth's on face. There's an assassin in there as well. That's scary. Perk 3 for Matt already. Looks like he's going to survive this push, is VideoGamer. But only barely. Does have a little push going of his own, but that's going to get shut down pretty quickly. Okay, so again, Korgoth spawned deep. VideoGamer doesn't want to spawn into it, but will need to deal with it at some point. We talk about using health as a resource, but he doesn't have much of that left. Remember those arcane sparks you see swirling around Miloene? That means her auto attack is powered up, as well as the golem when it gets spawned. Those flightless dragons doing insane DPS. VideoGamer needs to be super careful here. Rendref, Korgoth, whatever his damn name is, he has very long range, very difficult to deal with. And there we see, that's game number 1, and the power of Korgoth. And I know I've mentioned a number of times regarding my meta video, which will be out. Oh, I haven't made it yet, but it should be out next week. But I've been catching information, data for that all season, and Korgoth is a card that we are seeing a decent amount in solos. And there you see, even before he got Korgoth activated, he was in a very strong spot. And there we see Matt taking the first game against VideoGamer. This is best of 3. There are no restrictions at this point of the event regarding whether you can continue playing the same deck and master or anything like that. That'll come in later. But for now, no restrictions. So, looks like Jules has already completed their match. Jules beating Derez 2-0 in their first round match. Ficus has beaten Kryptonius Rex 2-0. Remember, you can follow this along from home. Check on the pinned comment for the brackets. Everything else is going on. Dark Crow is 1-0 against Yuxen. Anno and Set, no games recorded yet. Silco a game up against Yin. Duck Westlin a game up against That Ain't It Chief. So a lot of games going on. Looks like we're dropping some frames. Let me just mess with some settings for a second. So we're trying to keep up on the scores as we go. Right. Okay, so we're just waiting for the players to get ready for their second game in this best of 3. Did we say Nerzl? Nerzl's beaten Typhase 2-0. That's just come in, hot off the press. Not sure what the delay is here. Players deciding what to go with. And I think we will see quite a lot of Korgoth today. Maybe some Korgoth bans as well. I'm not sure. It is a difficult card to deal with. You can try to tech against it. And one of the things that we mentioned regarding... That's actually an interesting thing. If we look back at the bans... Interesting to see Matt's bans, because now we know what he played, the Korgoth deck. It would have struggled a lot against the Herald Armoon, of course, because he doesn't have great ranged damage. The Cowardly Imps are kind of awkward. We saw he had the Flightless Dragon, the Dragon Pack, Flying Dragon Pack, but that's not good against Herald Armoon. And the Howling Moon, which would, of course, been a great way to really put a hurting on that Rendrath. So interesting to see that. I keep still calling him Rendrath. He's not Rendrath, it's Korgoth. There's too many different similar sounding names. Korgoth and Kurnath and Rendrath. But I think you know what I mean. There is no proposed upcoming change to him, I don't think. I feel like his range is kind of absurd. Like how do you deal with... You can't even just deal with him with range damage, because he just outranges the range. But anyway, right, here we go. We're going into game number 2. Mordor. And it looks like Matt's spent 15 minutes in deck building to decide to play the same deck. Right, Bounty Sniper. How can that help in this situation? So this is kind of a mid-strength, sort of a mid-range Mordor, which I don't know if that's the strongest way to play Mordor or not, but we'll definitely see here. Taunt Trap's nice. This could be a problem here. Oof, this is kind of awkward. Black Hole is going to reset the Cleaver's attack, so he's going to attack immediately. Okay. I think VideoGamer played too offensively into that. You've got, especially against Diona, you've got to keep in mind that Diona's going to have that trap to really change the interaction of the fight. I see a lot of people playing against Diona without keeping that in mind. Okay. So the crossbow trap absolutely shuts down the Cage Prowler, which is really nice for Matt. Can be played around if VideoGamer does decide to do so, but he's going to have to put in some mana to do that. Doesn't quite get the res. That's frustrating. Mordor always quite a coin flippy master. We know that the difference between getting a res and not getting a res can be huge. Right. So again, we see Matt with an XP lead. Against Mordor, that's more expected. Right, wants to try to DPS through this Cleaver as much as he can. The Battle Monkey could be good for a little bit, but no, doesn't survive a hit. There was a lot to trigger it. The shield there kind of countering the Daggerfall, unfortunately. Now remember, Matt's traps will alternate between a taunt trap and a crossbow trap. VideoGamer needs to pay attention to those traps. He's got 2 bounty snipers out, but of course once they get to the bridge, there's not too much they're going to achieve. Korgoth is here, but there we see the traps used, so he can get the Prowler out now if he decides to do so. This is a window for it. This is what you got to do. You got to pay attention to what your opponent has to counter your things and try to play around them. He's not taking that opportunity. But he knows he still has a bit of a window. The next trap will be the taunt trap, so there will be a while. There's the taunt trap used. Great taunt trap at the top. VideoGamer has taken a lot of HP already. Mordor will clear a lot of the small stuff, but the big stuff's probably going to be too powerful here. The next push will be coming almost immediately as well, and that's going to be 2-0. That's going to be the power of Rendrath, Korgoth, Kurnath, that big Voidborn guy. Let's talk about that. Let's just call him that. I will get that name wrong constantly. I don't know why their screen keeps going black. It's kind of weird, but it is what it is. Right. So, there we see Matt taking the first game there against VideoGamer. The first round. Okay. Let me just do a couple of things that I definitely forgot to do, but almost there. You've got to be more positive than that, Anno. Right, so we can't start the second round until all of the first round matches are completed. So let's have a little look at the first round matches. Okay, Dark Crow beating Zen, Set beating Anno, Silco beating Yin, Westlin beating That Ain't It Chief, Fruit and Garbage beating Centera. That's kind of an unexpected result, so very well played to them. Jules beating Derez, Nerzl beating Typhoid, JF beating Boo Boo. We got Ficus beating Kryptonius Rex. Renzo against Hellkeeping apparently is still going on. No, that just hasn't been confirmed. Renzo's won that by 2-0. Tjaenig, 1 game all against Flint Water. We got VideoGamer against Matt, which, as we saw, Matt's won that by 2-0. That just got locked in, and Destroy going through on a bye. So it looks like Tjaenig is the only outstanding game at the moment, and that is, as we know it, 1 game all. So let me just see if we can jump into that match and see what's going on there. Okay, the score. We're going to assume the score's 1-1 here. Nothing can ever go wrong making an assumption, right? Right. What do we have? Oh, I don't have the second screen up. I'm not sure if I can do that at the moment. So just go back to single card, single player hand. Okay. So XP's pretty level. Tjaenig playing Diona. Flints Water. Valorian. So Tjaenig seems to be playing a fairly cheesy Colossus, Spawn of Fury, and then of course Spirits on that. But Flint Water's trap card is trying to use that turret to shut it down as much as he can. That's a good bit of... oh my god. What is the size of that Colossus? Holy cow. He exploded into a 5 times the size model. That was incredible. I've heard something about that before. That was insane. Right. This Colossus is going to get shut down. Flint Water does have a lot of HP, of course. So Tjaenig has a very, very one-dimensional deck. We know exactly what he's going to do. Flint Water's laser turret can be helpful, but he does need to make sure he places that as carefully as possible. Can't make any mistakes with it. If they get on top of it, they shut that down. But he might have a win condition at the top. Scrutillery comes in. Tjaenig is going into full defense mode. Flint's going to have to do that the same. The turret's going to shut this down, though. The owner looks like... but those are the spirits. Oh, another massive Colossus. What is going on? Wow. Okay. Tjaenig, 75 HP. Diona can heal, of course, with Ruffles, but Flintwater does have... we've seen the Scrutillery, for sure. Searing Light is not an ability that does face damage. But how is he going to deal with this? What is that? He misplayed that trap. He tried to pull everything across. And it looks like Flintwater has taken that by 2-1. Very well played. And sometimes that's the way you deal with these big pushes. You just go on the opposite lane. And of course that then means your opponent has to decide whether they're going to just go on the one-dimensional support that push, or if they're going to try to defend. And then once you split their resources like that, it gives you a much better chance to get in control of it. Very well played there. Okay. Right. So that should be the end of the matches for the first round. And of course, what happens now is the players will then start playing in future rounds based on... They're basically accruing points based on their victories, their performance, and then they'll play other players of a similar level based on their performance in this event so far. So once this round is locked in, the results are all crunched by the supercomputer that is Sinobii. Right, so looks like we're going to go up to round 2 here. So we got Westlin. No, sorry, I missed the start of that. So we got Flintwater against Set. So we should see players that won playing against other players that won, and vice versa. So Flintwater against Set, Nerzl against Destroy, Jules against Renzo, Fruit and Garbage against Dark Crow, Westlin against JF, Ficus and Matt, Kryptonius Rex and Yuxin, Anno against VideoGamer, Silco against Tjaenig, Boo Boo has got a bye. TIE Fires against Yin, Centera against Hellkeeping, and last but not least, That Ain't It Chief and Derezed. Right. Anno says, if I get a game win, I'll celebrate like I'm a champion. Nice. Yes, Anno has been out of the scene for a long time. And of course, lots has changed, especially the bridge changes. That changes the dynamic a lot in solos, specifically. Okay, so we're going to get set up for the next game. And I think what we're going to try and do is see a couple of Titans... A couple of very experienced Titans. I was just thinking, I was going to say Titans of old, but that's not really quite correct. So, that is going to be... Where are we? That's going to be Westlin, Duck Westlin, of course, against JF. Westlin coming back to the scene after a break. JF doesn't tend to play in many events. He is located in China, I think, so the time zones are not great for him. Whether that affects his decision to play or not, I don't know. But that's just one thing to mention. Westlin is American, so whilst it's early for Westlin, it's getting late comparatively for JF. And of course, playing on the ladder is one thing, but tournament play is very different, especially when we start considering having to ban appropriately. That's a skill, and a skill that a lot of the players that specifically play events in the players that specifically only play ladder, they'll struggle with that part of things. I think that's what I was trying to say. Definitely didn't lose my train of thought halfway through there. Right. I've managed to put it Westlin against Westlin. Okay, good job, Fishy. Right, so we just need to wait for the players to confirm their bans. What we can do is actually have a look at... let's have a look if we can see what's going on in the ban chat. Give us a bit of a taste of what is getting banned a lot. Don't know where that is. Ban selections. There we go. Right. Apep, Morgul's Mark, Herald Our Moon, Apep Stint, Chain Lightning. These are just kind of previous bans for today's event. Morelia, Avea, Wrecked, Our Moon, Howling Moon, Stormbringer, Morgul's Mark, Avea, Blood Imps, Valorian, Plasma Marines, Apep, Blood Imps, Plasma Marines. So that might be the same thing twice. Dark Crow tried to ban JF. That's not allowed. Remember that we are on a 3-minute delay, so if you are participating, you're more than welcome to come in after your match, but please don't spoil it until we see the result on the screen. So, we are seeing some Korgoth bans. No, that was for the last event. but I'm sure we will see some going forward. Right. Hey, Sinobii. How are you doing? So this will be a real good test for both of these players. As mentioned, JF has been dominating the ladder this season. I'm not sure how Westlin's doing overall. But we do know Westlin is the kind of player that has a very specific type of play. We know he does like Commander Azali. He likes Mana Puff Madness. I think I've seen a deck on the leaderboard, a rec deck, I think, maybe with that. So don't be shocked if we see that. But also don't be shocked if we see that banned. Because that is really something that he can play incredibly well. And if you do play it right, it can be very, very difficult to play against. Right, we may have the bans coming in. Let's find out. Oh yes, I need to make sure that I've got these players to spectate. That'll be a good thing, right? Westlin. Okay, I don't see a Westlin. He might be offline though. Let's just double check. Westlin. Fairly certain he's on my friends list somewhere. Let's have a look. Friends. Okay, yeah, Westlin's there. Why do I not see him? Did he just... Why do I not see him? What is happening? Okay, I'll just be yelling at this for a little bit. Oh, I'm looking for Westlin. It's Dark Westlin. I'm actually officially an idiot. Right, Dark Westlin is there. I think I added JF earlier. So, this was all just a ruse to get JF on my friends list. Everything else is irrelevant. Right. JF and Dark Westlin. Okay. So we are just waiting the bans to come in. One of the players is being a little slow. Don't forget to check out the PTR. I made a video about the proposed changes, and of course you can get involved in it. Help test it, give your feedback. See what you think of the new cards, see what you think of the proposed changes. There's a rework to Armored Escort, which is fairly interesting. Amongst other things, the Shroomer and the Shroomer proposed buffs. Valorian going on a timer for his perk 1 right now, his Searing Light. I think it was proposed a 25-second timer. That might be too fast. But if it's designed to be a buff, then we'll see. Right, so we're still waiting on the players to give us their info regarding their bans. JF, I think if we think about the leaderboard, I see him playing Ratbow a lot, which is fairly surprising. Not too many people play Ratbow. Oh, also there's some proposed changes to Future Past and Future Present, where just like Apex Perk 1 and 3, you get a different card each time, each cycle. Although of course it is discounted. So I think that's a very interesting change for those kind of RNG decks. It is good because you don't get the perfect or opposite of perfect RNG sometimes. But also it does make it more difficult for your opponent to play because they don't know what's coming up next. You don't know what's coming up, but of course you can see it in your hand. They have no idea. So that's, I think that's an interesting change. It probably makes it more fun to play. Okay, so still... Oh, Sinobie's typing. This could be the moment we've been waiting for. Or... it could not. Okay, second round. This is going to be 5 rounds, as mentioned before, of Swiss. And then we're going to switch into top 8 elimination. Not sure what the delay is. We may have to switch to a different game if this is not going to work out. But other games will probably have started already. So that's kind of frustrating. You do have some time limits in Force with regards to being available to the matches. We'll see exactly what that is. Okay, he had 40 seconds left before the system auto disqualified him as a non-attender. Okay. So the good news is they checked in for the match. The bad news is we probably still don't have the bans. So we'll just have to tread water a little bit whilst we're waiting for that. So yeah, we're definitely, I think, going to see Morgrel's Mark today. We're going to see Morgrel's Mark either banned or played. It's all everywhere on the ladder. Remember, the Morgrel's Mark is one of the newer cards. It gives an opponent's minion taunt, so it forces your units to attack it, and then it spawns 6 swarmers over what is a relatively small period of time. Those swarmers have rush, so they have no summoning sickness, so they get straight into chowing down on whatever their target is. So that's it's a real good spell for clearing the back line. It's a real good spell for spawning cheap units if you need to interrupt like a cleaver or something like that. And of course, because it is dropping units, you can use it if you use it appropriately. You can use it to grab bridges. So it is, I think, it's a very strong spell. The proposed nerf, I think, is to get 1 less swarmer. I'm not sure if that's going to change too much, but it's a very strong spell out there, and I'm sure we'll see it a lot today. Right, we do have a giveaway running, so if you're not in it yet, you're more than welcome to join it. We'll do that at the end of the stream. We'll draw some winners, and to get involved in that, you just need to do I love Minion Masters. Let me copy and paste that for you here. Okay. There we go. Oh, I entered. Nice. Get myself a nice freebie. Right, so hopefully we'll get the bans. Generally, what when a player feels like the match is really competitive, they'll likely ban in private with the admin. So that means that neither player gets the benefit of seeing their opponent's ban first and then trying to react to that. So we're waiting. Okay, bans are here. Well, half of the bans are here. Let's have a look. Right, so Duck Westlin. Duck Westlin has banned Apep, Rocket Scrat, and, as mentioned, Morgrel's Mark. Fairly meta bans. And then we've got Wrecked banned by JF, as well as Morgrel's Mark. So no Morgrel's Mark in this game. And Impetus Blast. So some respect for the cheap power of those spells. So Apep, Rocket Scrap, Morgrel's Mark, pretty meta bans. Wrecked, Morgrel's Mark, pretty meta bans. Impetus Blast, not so meta, but a very strong spell. And of course, in the hands of a very good player, Impetus Blast is very powerful. But we'll see when we see them play. Maybe we'll get an idea of why the Impetus was banned. Impetus, of course, is really good at helping to deal with the back line that you can't normally get to. Same with Morgrel's Mark. Impetus really good at pushing stuff away from you, pulling stuff out of pockets, and yeah, there's a lot that can be gained for a very cheap spell. Always nice to see these high-level spells in the game. But when they get banned, it's always sad because we don't get to see them. At least from one side. But, you know, potentially we can read into the fact that if he's banning those kind of things that help remove the backline, maybe he will have some weak backline units. Snipers, for example. I don't know. Just, you know, just trying to get inside the mind. So, apologies for the delay. It was not my fault. But I'm ready. My finger's on the button. So, of course, whilst we're waiting here, all the matches elsewhere going on. We can see what's going on. If any match scores have been reported so far. Jules against Renzo, 1 game all. Dark Crow, a game up against Fruit and Garbage. Ficus and Matt, looks like no score yet. VideoGamer, a game up against Anno. Not too many scores here. Yin's beaten Typhase 2-0. Centera looks like they're beaten Hellkeeping 2-0. So a few completed matches, which is kind of annoying since we haven't even started here. That ain't it. Chiefs beating D-Res by 2-0 as well. Right. Not sure what the hold-up is. Someone's going to get yelled at. So, guys, how are you doing? How's your day been? Let me know in the chat. How's the weather there? It gets a little frustrating when you have a game that's delayed like this because it delays everything. No one else can start their next games until this is done. Okay, looks like we're loading in. Gameplay! Yeah! Okay, Duck Westlin playing Ravager. JF playing Ratbo. We spoke about JF having a lot of success with Ratbo on the ladder. And here we have Ratbo in the tournament. Let's see how he plays. So what's he got? He's got some tech-based units in there, some Outlander business. Westlin is playing going to be an aggro deck, of course. Getting some reductions there. Coming in with the Doom Cleaver. Now, the little scrats are going to be helpful for JF to deal with the Doom Cleaver. Of course, every time he gets a kill, it is getting reduction on something else. You can see some reduced cards there in Duck Westlin's hand. Right, here comes the Breath, Rimagal's Breath. That's a good way of getting rid of the back line. And that is a sad-looking Brutus there. The support behind it melted. And there's going to be some decent damage here. Scotty's going to start putting a hurting on that. It's going to take a while to die. Does get the activated Flying Dragon Pack, Illusionary Dragon Whelps. Get the extra 2 of those. But a lot of damage coming out here. And you see that aimbot fully teched up. Got the shield as it always gets. It's got the range. It's got the nats on there. One nat doesn't die, but a nice clear. But here comes the Daka, and that's always the problem when you've got these big units. The Daka can really be a problem. A lot of situations you just don't have any ways of playing around it. This is going to be some decent damage coming out as well. Duck Westlin down to 264 HP, really struggling here. And of course, even if we forget about that, JF's got a massive XP lead out of all of this. Again, here comes the Rimagal's Breath. Always interesting to see how the top players use the Breath, because it's kind of tricky to use it sometimes to make sure you get it, especially on moving units. But so, what's Westlin going to do here? Daka comes into the face, and I think Westlin's probably given up at this point. Looks like JF's going to take this first game. Hellkeeping says, we have a fire around town, been evacuated 2 weeks ago, but now you're back home. Good to hear it. Right, okay, so that was a fairly quick game. The aggro of Ravager getting fully shut down by Ratbo. A lot of players choosing really not to play too much Ratbo, but JF clearly enjoying Ratbo, and not only enjoying it, but getting some serious success along the way. So JF does have a Ratbo deck on the leaderboard at the moment, not this Ratbo deck. And one of the other things I was wondering if we'll see today or not is the new Demon Warrior. So remember, the Demon Warrior did get reworked in the last patch, so it does activate after 4 cycles instead of 6. But instead of that, it instead of becoming 3 times as big, it becomes twice as big. So you get it earlier, but it's not such a beast. Be interesting to see if we see that played at all today. I wouldn't be shocked, and we definitely see some of those decks on the leaderboard. But hopefully we won't have to wait too long to go into the next game here. And Ravager, yeah, Ravager's just... The real MVP in that match was the Breath, really. Ravager is just a tank, a big walk-in pool of HP. Once you get behind, once you can remove what's behind it, the support, then you're really in. Right, Duck Westlin, Setsu, JF, Ratbo. Now we see an Azali. That is not a shock. Azali, one of Westlin's favourite cards. He wants the Ravenous Swarmers to take the bridges here, but he doesn't want them all to go one way, which they do. Kind of frustrating. Right, Mana Puff Madness. Swarmers are going to get fully shut down by the Defenso there. Not sure what I just clicked on. Mess my screen up. Okay, I fixed it. Right. Right, so JF knows what Dark Westlin's plan is here. JF looks like he's playing the same deck as he did before. We can get some good value out of Lady and Frey if we have anything to keep her alive. I feel like he played those in the wrong order. I think he had the activated Swarmers, then deactivated them by jumping first. But all Dark Westlin needs is just... He just needs to get his plan together and just needs just a little bit of luck. And if he can hold it for just a little bit of time, just enough for those mana puffs to start popping off, then you'll get that extra mana, you get through to your next cycle real fast, and then it can really sort of snowball. But JF will be wary of that. And of course, he does have the Breath. Now, the Breath is going to be his get out of jail free card if he can't kill the puffs. So it could be very difficult for him to deal with. Breath has been used already, though. Nice Daka, though, does get Azali, which was almost dead anyway. And of course, the offshoot of the puffs is that you're giving the puffs to your opponent as well. So whilst if you play it right, it can spiral out of control for you. If you play it wrong, it can spiral out of control for your opponent. That's a bad thing. But JF's ahead on XP at the moment, and he'll be looking. He knows that the Setsu and the Azali are such juicy targets for the Daka. He's unfortunate there, not able to get the Scotty shut down just before Setsu died. If you're new to the stream and you want to get involved in giveaways, make sure you smash that follow button. The bot does require that. It'll let you in, but if you're not a follower, it won't let you in. Okay, the shield protecting the aimbot against the Lady and Frey piercing shot there. JF getting to perk 3 almost now. Dark Westlin playing slowly. He needs to be careful. He can't afford to play into the Daka, which he does. He tried to play around it, but wasn't quick enough. There is a small window with the Daka before it does choose its target. He played the Blood Imps, tried to interrupt it, but it wasn't quick enough. And unfortunately, Azali got absolutely murdered there. Had the mana to do it, I think. I think it was just kind of a slow thing. But again, another Daka, and JF's getting the Daka targets that he wants. This is going to be too much from the looks of it. Westlin might clear this up, but he's a long way behind on XP. How is he going to get back into this? Blood Imps are not going to be played anymore. No perk 3 Setsu yet. It's about to be perk 3 Setsu, but Setsu's going to die just before that perk 3 hits. The perk 3 is going to help defend, but not too much. And the Annihilator finishes the game off there. JF takes that by 2-0 fairly comfortably in the end. Just dominating with the Rat Bow and the Breath really strong in both of those matchups, used in different kind of ways. Whew. Okay, so JF, the good news is that whilst it took us a long time to get there, which is the bad news, the good news is it finished pretty quickly. So that helps us get through and not delay any of the other matches too much. So, you know, every cloud has a silver lining. So 2-0. And then if we bring up and have a look at our brackets, hopefully everything else is finished, but we'll see. So, Set is a game up. Nerzl, 1 game all Nerzl. And Destroy. Jules has beaten Renzo. Dark Crow beating Food and Garbage. Westlin, as we saw, losing to JF. Ficus here beating Matt. Matt we saw earlier. 2-0 there with Ficus. Cryptenius Rex beating Yuxen. Anno getting shredded by, losing out to VideoGamer. Silco against Tjaenig. Looks like it's still 1 game all. Boo Boo getting a bye. Yin beating Typhase. Centera beating Hellkeeping. That Ain't It Chief has beaten Derezd. Now, in previous events, we've had, depending on the players, we've had a top 4. And that's normally meant that if you lose 1 game, you can still get into the top 4. But if you lose 2, you're kind of out. But we're going to go to a top 8. So potentially there's more leeway for people getting into the top 8. But we'll see how the standings go once we get into the later stages of this, to when it really becomes important to see who needs those victories to go through. And of course, when it gets down to the wire, when we're looking at our top 8, the difference between getting in and getting out might not necessarily be the number of points that you've got. It may be down to the number of games you won during matches, the strength of your opponent during their matches, and there's a lot that goes into figuring out who the top 8 is. So every match, every point, every interaction is really important. So let's have a look. Maybe we can see what's going on. If we jump into the Silco game, Silco is a previous event winner. See if that's over yet. They're not in game, so that means they've either finished or they haven't started the last game. Okay, no, that's finished. It was a long fight, according to Silco. He said 2-1, so I assume that means 2-1 to him. Okay, scores updated. So Silco, 2 games to 1. So we're just waiting on Set and Nerzl. Let's have a look at the Nerzl game. Okay, looks like this game's very close to the end, but it's also very close. Nerzl against Destroy. Not sure. I'm not sure what the score is. We'll just forget about that for the moment. Destroy very low HP. The owner, of course, does have the traps to put some pressure on face. That's one of the changes that might be in the next patch. Going for a heal. Oh, that heal could be very important. Right, so Nerzl's playing a Veya. But whilst Destroy is very, very low on HP, he's going to get Mana Frenzy just ahead of Nerzl. Let's see. These traps can really help in this situation, though. It's going to be a scary push for Volko to deal with at the top. Especially because he can't really take any face damage at all. Okay, good clear at the bottom. But a decent push at the top. Oh, that's a very nice Scrutillery. Takes the bridge as well. Does Nerzl need to start going for face with his traps? Maybe. That trap at the bottom there was kind of wasted. That could have been doing some face damage. And that could be his win condition. Can he push through? That ranged aimbot with the Nats really shredding everything. That bridge burn as well. Really nice. Clears that. Right. He's going to spawn a Veya on the aimbot at the bottom. No, he's not. Comes in with the stun, but it didn't really work out too well. And it looks like Destroy's really getting some pressure on. Needs to be careful with that. And Nerzl's still using his traps defensively. I feel like this is a mistake. Those traps can easily put out a lot of damage. I know Destroy will react to the traps, but they will put out damage before you can react to them generally. And we're talking like 40 DPS those traps do. Nerzl's going to lose this. Destroy taking this. Nerzl not playing those traps seemed really strange. He's down to 22 HP. Ruffle's not going for a heal this time. Just no margin for error. Scrotillery comes in. Scrotillery didn't seem great, but I think one of them managed to hit the face at the end there. Wow. Okay. Really strange. Did Nerzl not realise how low he was? Not really sure. It seemed like using traps on face was really the thing to do in that situation. But I know sometimes you decide against it. You think you can push through it, but that didn't seem like the way. He was super low HP as well. And there definitely was a trap that was just wasted at the bottom, did nothing. So that it just didn't seem like the right choice at the right time. But sometimes you do get super blinkered when you're in Mana Frenzy, you're playing for the bridges, you're trying not to give your opponent any sort of position on the board, and you may miss the lethal. And I think that he would have definitely been able to win with the traps on face. Okay, so that is the final game in round 2, and as you can see here, our screen has just updated to round 3. Silco against Jules, Darkrow against Destroy, JF against Ficus, VideoGamer against Renzo. We've got Centera against Matt, Yin against Flint, Walter, Boo Boo against Westlin, Set against That Ain't Itchy, Fruit and Garbage against Nerzl, Anno against Tjaenig, Derezd against Hellkeeping, Typhase against Kryptonius Rex, and Yuxen has received a bye. So, who should we watch for this next game? Just trying to think of the people we've seen, the people we haven't seen. Yeah, sorry, the score wasn't right on the screen for that one. Thanks for pointing it out, Mickey. Right. Let's figure out what we're going to do, where we're going to go, who we're going to see. So this is the third Swiss round of the 5, the proposed 5, and then we'll have our top 8 elimination. Okay, so it looks like we're going to see Silco against Jules. Silco won, not the previous event, the one before that, I think. So he's a very strong player. And of course, Jules, very, very good player himself. And as mentioned, ran a lot of tournaments of old, which was great. And we'll see how he can match up to Silco. So we will wait for the player bans to come in. Hopefully they'll be a little bit prompter than before. Let me know in the chat what you thought about Nerzl not going for face with those traps. It seemed like the choice, but maybe I missed something there. Let me know what you think. And also, one thing we did see there, Destroy playing the Shield Guard of Light, which seems to be a heavy tank of choice in a lot of games, a lot of matches. Really, we don't see the Brother of the Burning Fist almost at all anymore, unfortunately. That was one of my favourite cards, to be honest. Not sure why. So there's two things regarding playing the traps on face, right? Firstly, you do the face damage, right? So you either win by doing that, but also if you play it on face, you're, especially with Destroy being so low HP, you're going to force your opponent to have to play something defensive to either tank the trap or kill the trap, which of course means that puts less pressure on the bridges for them. So you potentially can get the bridges and get your own push going. So I feel like the trap could have been beneficial offensively. And of course he didn't intend the trap to do nothing at the bottom, but always sad to see. But sometimes you have to make that snap decision about whether you go face or not, because if you go face and you don't get the victory, you don't get the value by playing offensively, then suddenly you could just crumble. So you've got to be super careful. Right, so we're just waiting for the bans to come in. Silco against Jules, as mentioned. So, 0-0, round 3. So when we get to sort of round 4, then we'll have a look. Maybe at the end of round 4, we'll have a look at the top 8. We'll have a look at the standings. And we can bring them up now while we're waiting, but it's not going to tell us too much at the moment. So remember, this is after just 2 matches. Sometimes you need to be careful when checking the standings, especially between rounds, because people that got a bye will have already got their points. People that have already reported their results will have got their points, whereas others that are still going will not. So you don't get the full kind of idea of what's going on. But JF, Ficus, Destroy, Dark Crow, Set, Jules, Silco, all unbeaten so far. But of course, the way the Swiss events works is that these players will start playing against each other. So those unbeaten runs will really start to be threatened and shredded. So for example, here we got Jules against Silco. Both of them have won by both of their games. They've won 4 games in total. So it gets confusing, right? The sets, which is the kind of the rounds. I don't like the way I describe the rounds and the games is different to how the site does it, so it just gets confusing. You're welcome. So the sets, which are the rounds, and then the games. I mean, the games are the games, right? The games are the games, the rounds are the sets. It's not too confusing. But anyway, they've both only lost 1 game so far in their 2 rounds. And that's kind of why you see JF up there at the top, hasn't lost any games. Ficus also. Destroy. See, and then here you see Destroy has got 2 sets to 0, but it only says 2 games to 1. So that is because he got a bye, which whilst it guarantees him the win, he doesn't get the games for it. So a bye can be a good and a bad thing, depending on how close things get at the end. Right, we've got our bans coming in. Let's check that out. Okay, so Silco against Jules. So Silco is banning Wrecked. Also banning Caged Prowler and Impetus Blast. Okay, a second Impetus Blast ban. And then Jules is banning Valorian. And I think that might be directed towards Silco. I feel like Silco likes to play Valorian, Empyrean decks. Also Impetus Blast. I don't think we've seen Impetus Blast get banned quite so much in any other events so far. And Cannon Roller. So there we see the bans. Wrecked, Cage Prowler and Impetus Blast. Valorian, Impetus Blast and Cannon Roller. So pretty meta. But I'm surprised to see Impetus Blast getting banned, because obviously that means Morgrul's Mark is still on the field. Are we going to see people take advantage of that and play? We'll find out shortly. So let's just get our spectate set up here. So Silco and Jules. Okay, good. Okay, so we are ready to go here. This should be a good one, guys. Both very, very good players. I think they've both been around for a good while. Silco's had a lot of different names. So you may not recognize his name, but it's, he's had many names. Big Sister, I think. Spenno. Various different names. Jules has said variations of the Jules name. Mickey says Shield Guard has become better because his bridge grabbing is more valuable. Yeah, the charge that the Shield Guard can be really important to push onto a bridge. Any unit that has the ability to contest a bridge as opposed to stand next to it is going to be a bit of a premium with the way the bridges are now working. Show Me the Money says you should speak Swiss German during the Swiss format. I'm not sure about that. That sounds kind of difficult. I don't know too much about Switzerland, but I do know that their flag is a big plus. Right, I've got a thumbs up from somebody. There's a thumbs up from Sinobii. I'm thumbing Sinobii back. We're getting ready to go in. Let me just double check that everything's ready for me here. Always the fun time when you're waiting for a match to start after setting up the spectates, but the players restarted their game, so your spectate broke, and we're just sitting here waiting for the match to start, which has already started, and then we missed the start of it. But don't worry, that's not going to happen this time. My finger is on the pulse. Here we go. Game number 1 in this third round match. Silco against Jules.
Duel. You're here. Good.
Okay, Silco playing Wrecked. Jules playing Volko. I just realised I haven't been taking notes this whole time. And there we see Morgrel's Mark. I did mention it. There we see how useful it can be. Puts the pressure on face. They don't do too much damage, but of course there is 6 of them. So that kind of helps. That Golem looks massive. So that's a Rock Rivals Golem. It is Growth Burst Shroom, so it is kind of huge. The statue is Rage, but it doesn't matter. It dies before it gets to do anything. This is a nice support. You've got the big single target unit and the AoE to support it. Looking kind of scary. The shields are going to help there with the Legionnaires. The heal comes in as well. That Golem was looking decidedly almost dead, but now is back. And hit Morgrel's Mark here is so good. Like, so many targets for it to hit. And that's exactly what he needs. He does kill it, and that's there you see the power of the Mark. Right. But that is going to be a scary blue Golem. It's going to get Rage from the bridge, from the Embers, from Volko, and it's going to get the Growth Burst buff from the Shroom, which is like 25% HP and damage, I think. So that thing's thick and insane. Okay, it's got the Nats on it this time. No buffs on it yet, but the fight is going to be on the bridge. There is 3 seconds till the next one comes out. The Ember, of course, on the bottom, because that's the only bridge he's got. So everything at the bottom gets buffed. Ardera's really strong DPS there. Does manage to clear. Doesn't get any extra benefit from her dying. But I think he'll be quite happy that he's able to kill that Golem pretty quickly. XP very, very similar here. Bit of face damage coming out on Silco, but nothing too much to worry about at this point. Jules committing at the top, really wanted to kill the Squire Puff, because those shields popping out can be super problematic. Now, he can use the Morgrel's Mark to kill the back line here, but it's going to be difficult. Those Nats are kind of disgusting. Looks like he played Morgrel's Mark on the Golem, which I'm not sure if that was the best thing to do. I don't know if they would have killed anything anyway, to be honest. So many things to do damage there. The Nats, the Golem, the aimbot itself. He does get the shield there from the Ardera Death. No heal available yet, but this is looking scary as hell. That Golem's going to hit so hard on face. And I think Silco just loses to this Golem here. There's no way he can shut this down. He tried to aggro it off face, but I think the crossbow dude killed what was, I think, the walking blind date. And that's game number 1 to Jules. And that's the power of that Golem, the buffed Golem, with the support. And yeah, the Morgrel's Mark is great in a lot of situations, but it can struggle against things that are very quick to attack. So the aimbot itself is pretty good at defending itself against those, but of course with the Nats, plus everything else that was around there, it just really shuts that down. I was surprised to see him use the Morgul's Mark on the Golem, as opposed to on the aimbot, for a few reasons. Firstly, he could have killed the aimbot, and even if he didn't, he would have left the taunt on it, which would have made it easier to kill the aimbot potentially going forward. But a difficult situation, but a very strong deck there. Okay, so Jules takes the game. The Volko versus Rekt. Very strong performance there from Jules. And as we saw in one situation how good the Morgul's Mark was at giving the Golem something to hit. But of course, when the Golem's got the Nats on, or the support, then all those Morgul's, all those little swarmers just die so fast. I don't know why I pressed that button. That's not the right button. So, that is game one out of the way. Best of three, of course, still here. Yeah, it's very good to see VideoGamer back, of course. I don't know if he streamed Minions recently, but he was definitely about when I started, one of the very best. Somebody that I was able to learn a lot from. Okay, so Jules has taken that first game. Dark Crow against Destroy looks like it's 0-0. JF against Ficus, no matches, no scores reported. Renzo is a game up against VideoGamer. Centera is a game down against Matt. Flints Water is a game up against Yin. Westlin a game up against Boo Boo. Set a game up against That Ain't It Chief. Nerzl a game up against Fruit and Garbage. Anno a game down to Tjaenig. And Anno against Tjaenig, if there's not a Herald Our Moon in that game, I will eat my hat. Right, Hellkeeping a game up against Derezd. Internet's been a bit flaky today. I don't know if it's because the weather's really bad. It's not really that bad. I don't know. Typhase has beaten Cryptanius Rex by 2-0, so they've got that those points sorted for this round. And Yuxen, of course, there is waiting in the wings, getting a bye. Right. So that is what's going on. Jules wins against Silco. Isn't that a Silco? Correct. Exactly correct. Well, it was nice and cool earlier with the rain, but now it feels like it's getting hot again. I do have a fan on. Hopefully you can't really hear it. It's pretty silent. I mean, if you hear a fan, it's probably the PC fan, to be honest, not the fan. Did anyone see that fan on Linus Tech Tips? Whew, that thing was nonsense. Right, here we go. We're loading into game number 2. Jules taking the first game with the power of the Blue Golem. What are we going to see here in game number 2?
Minion Masters. Let the match begin.
Right. Morelia against a very similar deck looking from Jules. And I wonder if Silco's played this thinking that Jules is going to play the same kind of deck, because he has Mardred, which of course is going to be great at dealing with that great big Golem. Right, here it is. Let's see how this interaction works out. Jules does have a big stun. There it is. Silco's waiting to stun back. He decides not to. Basically there, he saved 3 mana by not stunning, by allowing the Mardred to take massive damage. Let's see if it was the right call or not. We know this Mardred with the support can be really annoying to deal with. Once Mardred gets on face, it's a lot easier to deal with. You don't have to worry about it fearing all sorts of things. Remember, Mardred will fear everything around it if it gets to execute a minion, which is when it gets to 40% HP on something. But what we see is Jules is around to his next golem, but Silco not available to get Mardred yet. So Silco can get out-cycled by this. Oh, he's having to use the Blood Imps there. I don't know about this. This is going to be a lot of damage. It's better to hit the Blood Imp than hit face, but the Blood Imps have melted. Silco's going to go down by 2-0, and he did look like he teched against what he was trying to do there, against what Jules' strat was, but it fell apart. The first interaction worked out fine for him, but his cycle, because you've got to remember, Mardred's that 10 mana card, right? So it really does take a long time to get round to that. And of course, remember the Rock Rival was only 4 mana. So that was just the case of Jules was able to cycle far, far more quickly than Silco was. And ultimately, Jules takes that by 2-0. So, a very strong strat from Jules. Silco not able to deal with it. Looked like he tried to tech against it, but it didn't come up just as he wanted it to. So, let's have a look what we're doing. So, Dark Crow is a game up against Destroy. JF against Ficus is looking like it's 0-0. But who knows if that's been reported correctly. You can't hear it because of the fan in your own house. Okay, that's fine. Guys, if my fan's too loud, please turn on a louder fan closer to you. And then the problem is solved. Thanks, Mickey. That's really helpful. Right, so let's have a look. JF against Ficus. There's no score for that. So we'll see if we can figure out what's going on there. They're in the menu right now, which suggests many things. Let's see if we can get a hot off the press score. Sometimes the players are really good at reporting the matches as they go, and sometimes they are not. But of course they are encouraged to do so. Okay, we're going to update the score to we don't know what the hell's going on.
Let's duel.
So it's JF against Ficus.
Let's
See if we can sort out the second screen here. Okay, I'll get the score confirmed as soon as possible. It looks like it hasn't been reported, so your guess is as good as mine. Okay, so we see Morgul's Mark there in JF's hand. Very expected to see that a lot today. We know Ficus does like to play some sliver stuff. So a Diona Mirror here for two very, very different Diona decks. And of course we see the Shield God of Light again, as we mentioned, a very popular tank of choice at the moment. I'll get the score confirmed as soon as I can. There's the Herald Armoon. So if you're talking about a targeted ban, then the Herald Armoon against Ficus could be one of them. Okay. The pebbles there could be useful. They're not what they used to be with regards to range and how much damage they do, but they can still pack a punch if used correctly. So the slithers are out, so he wants to res and do some face damage here. The trap's on face. Oh, the bottom with the rocket scrat's going to kill all but one of the slithers. Really nice play from JF there. That meant that the Herald Armoon did res, but only very small health pool on the res. And JF saving himself a lot of face damage in that situation. XP basically equal. And by basically equal, I mean exactly the same. Okay, nice trap here. Wants to get on that bridge, contested as soon as possible. Ruffles does go down. Right. Morgul's Mark is a little awkward for JF here, because of course it's not going to be any good against that Herald. And you'll see Ficus will be trying to build these pushes with the statue leading the charge if possible, with the Herald pushing behind it. That's a good lot of DPS from the trap. The Herald does res, does survive, but it will not live for too much longer, since of course it only reses that one time. But the Herald does need to be handled with care. If you do handle it incorrectly, it can really come back and bite you. Ruffles is going to get the heal there, somehow gets under the nose of the Armoon. Yeah, he needed the trap there to help out the Sinobii, because that Musketeer riposte would have been problematic. Okay, does it get to face? No, it doesn't. Okay. So that's going to get fully locked down forever by the Snake Druid. I don't know how I feel about the Snake Druid being able to permanently lock things down. I mean, it's not that big an issue. It doesn't happen too often, I guess, but it can be really frustrating. Right. This is a good push coming in. Sinobii trying to shut that statue down. Doing a decent job. Didn't have the trap in time to save it. The Herald is here. Where are the slithers? The slithers are there on top of it, but it... Oh, I think there was slithers there. Oh, I think it already rezzed, hadn't it? So it doesn't res again. Okay. I know how this game works. Would be nice if there was some kind of graphical sort of indication of whether it's consumed its res or not. But XP real close here, and the extra trap that JF gets, if he can get both the damage traps together, he may be able to shred that Armoon before it becomes a problem. Right. Here come the slithers. Remember, the slithers will be consumed by the Herald Armoon. Okay, nice trap placements. Health is a resource, but JF will be losing some more here. Not too much though, and of course he can get heals from Ruffles if the situation arises. Okay, so here comes the traps. Trying to get the damage. If he can shut that Herald Armoon down, it's massive. If he doesn't, it's hugely difficult. But it's going to get shut down pretty quickly here. The res has already been consumed. He goes for the black hole to try to save it. I don't think it is going to save it. Okay, but JF is low HP. Ruffles going for a heal at the top there. Probably isn't going to get it. Trap makes sure he's going to get it, and that heal could be huge. 250 HP, thank you very much. Right, here comes the push. That statue was played very far forward. Very aggressive, but let's have a look. XP is almost mana frenzy for JF in this situation here. That Herald bin, sorry, that Scotty bin stuck on the bottom bridge is annoying as F. And JF might be just getting the better of the match here, being ahead on XP, getting to mana frenzy first. He's had the bridges for a little bit. That mana, extra mana from the bridges is going to really help him out. But can that Herald change things at all? Ruffles goes for a heal for Ficus, but that's not exactly what he wants. And here we can see JF just really piling on the cycle. I don't think Ficus can really get any sort of bridge interaction here. The statue is going to melt pretty quickly at the top there. Does hold the bridge neutral for a little bit, but that's not really helping too much. Stint grabs the bottom bridge. That could be important. But look at those swarmers from Morgul's Mark. Okay, and JF takes that game. We'll try to get the score confirmed when we can. It's a very nice trap play from both of those. Just a little bit better, I think, from JF. He was able to get more value. The Tjaenig, those traps, really good against the Herald Armoon, which can be hugely problematic if you don't have ways of handling with it. You can call him Herald Armoon, you could call him Slap Daddy, you can call him Whippy Boy. Whatever you do, people probably know what you're referring to. Right, we are trying to get the score confirmed. Could be game over, could be game on, who knows? Could be the first game. Oh, I left some chocolate up here that is soggy. Right. Looks like JF may have won it, but I don't see any score submitted. It's not too soggy. It's just soft. Didn't really melt. Okay. Okay, so I think that was...
It's Minion Master time.
I think that was game one. I think it's 1-0.
Let's duel.
Sorry that we're not fully confirmed.
I will hunt all those who turn to darkness.
But I think it's 1-0. So they must have been really slow starting. Okay. JF looks like he's playing a similar deck back. So, did he just copy Ficus's deck? It's Tjaenig against Tjaenig again. Okay, not the same deck, but similar. Looks like Ficus has the black hole, which really didn't help him out at all. Whereas JF has the vortex. Okay, JF's Armoon winning that fight. I really need to pay more attention to whether it's rezzed or not. I would love to see an indicator. Okay. Slithers are out. 4 consumed, full res for the Herald. So that's a lot of face damage coming out onto Ficus there. The key unit for both players is that Herald. And the key interaction is the 2 Heralds, whose Herald is going to reign supreme.
Time to end this.
Sorry for the chocolate interlude.
Go, boy!
Okay, so you got to try to play the Herald as far behind the statue as possible, because you don't want the Herald taking aggro first like it has here. That's kind of a little mistake from JF. Oh, and there we see the Vortex. JF's Herald getting the better of Ficus's. This is interesting. JF's taken a page out of Ficus's book and beating him half to death with it. If I missed any Dwarf Pack redemptions, don't worry, I'll do that at the end of the stream. They won't get missed, don't worry. And there's a trap, and JF comfortably taking that matchup. Switching to basically this, almost the same deck as Ficus was playing and showing him that he can play it as well. Okay, so that game took ages to start from the looks of it, but it finished pretty quickly. Real JF for Ficus competition, yes, in reporting a result. These guys are not the best at reporting their games, that's for sure. Right, so let's just update this so it's on the screen for the second. The Ficus, right, not Tjaenig. They're not the same person. Right, and there you see the power of the R-Moon. And JF just getting the better of it. Right. So let's have a look at what's going on in the other matches, and we'll see if they have completed. So, right. Looks like we've just updated to round number 4. This is where it starts to get fairly serious. Okay, Dark Crow against Set. That seems like a great game. I don't think we've seen either of those yet today, have we? These guys have played a lot. Set beating Dark Crow a number of times in the final. So we've got Dark Crow against Set, Jules against JF, Ficus against Renzo, Flint Water against Silco, Westlin against Nerzl. Mad against Destroy, Kryptonius Rex against Boo Boo, Typhase, against Tjaenig, That Ain't It Cheap against Yuxen, Hellkeeping against VideoGamer, Fruit and Garbage against Yin, and Centera against Anno. Maybe one more at the bottom, sorry there, Derez getting a bye. Got a really itchy nose. Let's all enjoy that together. Right, so if we have a look at the standings at this time. Anno says no statue while the statue is in his hand. Good job, Anno. Okay, so we see... We've got JF, Jules, Dark Crow, and Set all unbeaten. But of course, that means we're going to have JF against Jules in this round and Dark Crow against Set. So 4 will enter, and only 2 will finish with their 100% record intact. So we're looking at the top 8 for whether people are going to get into the elimination part of the event. So the people that are in the top 8... So if you've lost one game, so it's going to be really tight. I think we may see a few people squeak in with 2 losses, but 1 loss. If you finish on 1 loss, then you're probably going to be okay. We'll get a better look at this when we get to the final game. And yeah, maybe a flex from JF there, switching back to almost the same deck that Ficus was playing. I think if he thinks about it, and what he probably did was he thought, like, if I play the same deck, but if I play the Vortex instead, that Vortex is going to allow me to win probably the Slap Daddy interactions, and then of course then you rule the match really. Panada calls JF winning the tourney. We'll see if that happens or not. Right, so let's get set up for Set versus Dark Crow. Which order are they in on? Okay, so Dark Crow's first, Set is second. Both of these have previously won events, of course. Looks like neither are online at the moment. Manixia says JF was using Cat's deck from the last tournament. Good spot, if that's correct. Anno says he's winning the event if you live in Upside Down Land. Okay, so we'll await the bans. Let's reset our score. So round 4. Still best of 3, of course. There should be a link in the brackets if you want to get involved. Following along from home, we've got giveaways running as well. Make sure you follow the stream too. Okay, and right, so where's our band stuff? Okay, let's reset our bands. Right, so we're waiting on the bans for Dark Crow and Set. Remember, each player can ban a master and 2 cards that their opponent cannot play. They themselves can play those cards unless their opponent bans them back against them. So we often see some very targeted bans, but we also see some very meta bans. We also see some random as ass bans. Let's see what we're going to get for this one. Anno is doing the elimination part first. Yes, Anno is he's speed running any percent elimination. Right, bans coming in. So Dark Crow has banned Wrecked. I find that's a strange ban because Set never plays Wrecked. He hates... I don't want to say he hates Wrecked. He doesn't really play Wrecked. He does have a Wrecked skin with his name on, which is a little bit awkward. So we got Wrecked, Morgul's Mark, and Ardera. Which is High Inquisitor Ardera. Yep. Correct. And then we have Set banning Apep. Fairly standard. Cage Prowler. And Ardera again. So both players banning High Inquisitor Ardera. Right. Let's make sure that pops up on the screen. Boom. There we go. Right. Bans are in. Fairly expected. Now, let's see if the players are online. Dark Crow. Bam. Okay, Dark Crow's there. And Set is here. Okay. I'm ready. Right. I mean, sometimes you can look at a ban, you can get an idea of what the players are likely to play, but when they're just meta bans, not really too insightful, I don't think. But we'll find out soon enough. Remember, guys, stay hydrated, especially if it's hot and humid where you are. Right, so just awaiting on the players. So once this 4th round is completed, we'll get a real good idea of who is probably almost guaranteed in, who is almost guaranteed out, and who is on the cusp. And then we'll use that information to decide who we're going to watch, because there's likely to be a match where the winner goes through and the loser goes home. Maybe multiples. We know there's 4 players that have an unbeaten record so far, but 2 of those are going to fall. Dark Crow and Set, Jules and JF. We'll see who remains on 100%. JF really looking very, very strong so far. We've seen him dominate the solo leaderboard this season, and he's been very strong from what we've seen in this event so far. But it is only early days. A lot can change. But doing a great job. So again, we see Morgrel's Mark banned, but only by one of the players. So that means Dark Crow can, and probably will, play Morgrel's Mark. Ardera is a fairly good ban because it removes kind of an entire strat. Your Empyrean with Ardera's support strat. As mentioned, I'm not fully on board with Dark Crow banning Rekt. Rekt is a very, very strong master, but it's also a master that Set doesn't really like to play. But maybe Set's been playing more of it. Who knows? You know, you've got to try to have some prowess with all the masters to make it more difficult for your opponent to ban appropriately. For example, if there's a master you don't use, then your opponent can just ignore that, ban something else. We did see Ardera. Silco, I think, was playing Ardera. He's a real fan of Ardera, but that didn't work out for him against Jules with that big beast of a blue golem. But we won't see that here. Just a reminder, there is a PTR, Public Test Realm event this weekend. So if you want to get involved, join the Discord. And give yourself the tester role, the Minion Masters Discord, of course. And follow the instructions to see what's going on in the upcoming proposed changes. There's 2 new cards to check out for the next patch, which is going to be 1.49 at the start of August, I think. As well as, of course, the balance changes. Some big changes to some cards in there. Master changes as always, so if you want to get involved, check it out. And of course, I did make a video about it. If you want to check that out as well, join the YouTube Fish Tank Revolution. But here we go, we're loading into game number 1.
Let's go.
Someone's pinging somewhere. I don't see it. It might be an annoying behind-the-scenes ping. Right, Dark Crow against Set. Rekt, banned by Dark Crow, but played by Dark Crow against Diona. Set playing the Dynasty Diona skin. Very few players do have access to that as a tournament winner-only skin. Okay, right, Avea for Set. Looks like he got 1 activation, I think, with the Avea. The Defenso was kind of an awkward interaction. He'll be looking to get a second one, but it's going to get shut down here. Oh, okay, Morgrel's Mark is going to be good there because it's going to try to remove the support. The Taunt Trap wasn't really very well placed because the Zip Zap Enabler was able to hit both the trap and the Avea. So a little mistake there from Set, I think, with that placement. Well, we've got the Zeppelins coming in. If they clear these, I don't think they're going to clear it in time. Okay, so some decent face damage coming out from Dark Crow. Remember, Set's playing Avea, but it looks like his Avea only got 1 activation on that first cycle. Yet we can see that confirmed there in his hand. Which means he's not doing what he wanted to do. Ideally, you want to have 2 activations per cycle. Right, there's another one. Can he make up for it with a 3rd sneaky activation? And then get himself back on track. Let's see. Okay. Avea is still alive, but doesn't get another activation. So Set's deck's going to get stronger when that's activated, but the longer it takes him to get activated, the further he's going to find himself behind. And he is taking quite a lot of face damage all this time as well. But to be fair, Dark Crow has received almost an equal amount of face damage as well. So both players kind of trading punches a little bit here. Okay, that's a... I think that was a necessary beam. Kind of annoyed. He's going to be annoyed that he didn't quite kill the Rekt there, because not only does he going to take some more damage from that Rekt, He's going to then have to commit something else to take the bridge. Nice jump to keep this Rect alive. Those clones are really powerful. Stint grabs the top bridge for Set, but he's a long way down on XP at the moment. He's only got 2 Avea activations. 3 minutes in. That is really bad news. At this point, this is the 3rd time he's played Avea. At this point, you would want or hope that Avea is activated. She's not, and she dies again, so she's not even going to be activated on the next cycle. He's played her 3 times, got 1 activation each time, and that is problematic for Set. And that's always going to take a lot of damage here, I think. Huge one-punch blast on the defense side, which would have cleared everything. Scrotillery coming in. Beam to clear, but this is just too much little stuff here. And Dark Crow taking a fairly simple early game there. And we have a lot of discussions about whether Avea is too strong or not, but in that situation, Set was not able to get the value out of her. Only got 3 activations in total over 3 plays. Normally you want to get at least 2 activations per play, which means she is activated on her 3rd play. I think there was a mistake early on with the taunt trap on the Zip Zapinator. I played it kind of between the units, so the extra zaps hit the Avea as well. And he kind of just got off to a bad start at that point and really wasn't able to get back into it. Okay, so Dark Crow strikes first with Rect. Diona Avea not able to bring the power that Set needs for that one. So that's game number 1, best of 3, so still all to play for. So let's see if we can see anything else that's going on elsewhere. Looks like JF won the first game against Jules. No result anywhere there. Flintwater is a game up against Silco, which seems a little surprising. Let's see how that ends up. Westlin against Nerzl is 0-0. Destroys beaten the Matt in the first game, so he's a game up there. Just checking to see if these results are in or confirmed. We got Boo Boo against Kryptonius Rex. That's 1 game all going into a decider there. Tjaenig has beaten Typhase by 2-0. That Ain't It Chief beating Yuxen. That was 2-0. Hellkeeper against VideoGamer. VideoGamer's a game to the good there. Fruit and Garbage against Yin. Yin is a game to the good there. Centera against Anno. Anno's got a lead in that. Anno taking the first game against Centera. Maybe he's not going to finish last. And the final there, Derezd getting a bye. Right. So that's what's going on elsewhere. Here, Dark Crow is a game up against Set. Set's Avea getting fully shut down. Any sort of stuns that you have against Avea can really, really help. Just slow her down, deny the activation, and just put you in a really strong position. Right, so we're just waiting for the players to load in. If you want a reminder of the bans, here they are. Remember, Dark Crow did ban Rect, but then decided to play Rect himself, which of course is well within the rules. Okay, both players in the menu, so they should be almost ready to go. Looks like we're loading in now. Okay. Thanks for the sub, Zelbic! Right, here we go, game number 2.
Let's duel.
These guys have played a lot in tournaments of the past. Set generally getting the better of them, but recently Dark Crow doing a lot better. And here we have Rex against Morelia. Looks like another scrap-based deck for Dark Crow. What do we have from Set? Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Oh, he did mark Dark Crow making a cross there. I think he didn't really like how much damage he took on Zip Zapinator at that point. Blood Imps get absolutely murdered at the top by the Boomer. Right, Set, we see what his strat is here. He is playing Korgoth. Now, unfortunately for him, it feels like Korgoth was his last hand. The last card in his hand. Or in his deck, sorry. So it took him a long time to get round to it, which can really change things. You know, it's going to take a lot longer for that Korgoth to get out now. Okay, Gax is out. Remember, every time you use the Seal, everything in your hand that is Voidborn gets invoked, which means it gets replaced with a card, a Voidborn card that is one more valuable. Right, Dark Crow taking some base damage here. That is a Brutish Betrayer though, so some of that Blood Pack damage going back to Set's face. Now the counter push. Scrutillery comes in. This could be kind of scary for Set. Not going to be tremendous damage. The Defensor you don't really need to worry about from a damage point of view. He's going to be using his... Okay, the Blood Imps are out. Can he punish the Blood Imps? Dark Crow is 1000 HP. We've seen in the past, Dark Crow does cycle those Blood Imps and doesn't ever really stop. And sometimes he can cycle them too much. And they really do end up getting punished. Right. Set's low HP. That again is a Brutish Betrayer. So that Blood Pack damage is going to go back to him. He's going to take a lot of face damage here. That Zip is going to just... Is he going to reload the Zip? Okay. Nice use of the Morgul's Mark. Because of course remember the Morgul's Mark gives the taunt. Spins everything around. I think he could have maybe reloaded the Zip and got an extra shot off there. Okay. So Korgoth is going to be available for Set. He is a little bit behind on XP, but don't forget, he's going to have Korgoth, he's going to have Nirvir from his perk 3, and he's going to have Dark Crow at under 500 HP. Set goes for the heal, does get both of them as well, which was very nice. That could be really helpful. Remember, every time Korgoth gets a kill during his attack, one per attack of course, he will invoke something so you can get more value in your hand. Does want to try to shut this down if he can. Doesn't want Korgoth to die here. Korgoth getting kind of shredded there by Morgul's Mark and the Assassin. Dark Crow getting to perk 3 as well, so Set has it all to do in this game. Right, very low HP. He does have the Fireball, so he's 2 Fireballs away from killing Dark Crow. Dark Crow doesn't have any way of healing. And he has Blood Imps that he cannot and must not play. He goes for the reload, but the Flame Imp kills the Zip. Set looks in a strong position here. All you got to remember though, he's going to have that Fireball to do face damage, but that Fireball could get invoked into something else. And then he won't have that Fireball. He might have something else, but who knows? Oh, he's got to be careful here. That looks like it could be a problem. Okay, let's watch. Does the Fireball get invoked? Okay, looks. I don't know if he used it just before the invoke was going to happen out of concern, but I mean it worked out, right? It wasn't a problem. can do a little bit of face damage with Nirv's breath, but I mean it's only a little bit. But Dark Crow's under 100 HP. He needs to be super careful here because Korgoth does have very long range. This is really Set's game to lose here. He knows the next fireball can kill Dark Crow. Does he just go... He might just go cheap cycle to get to the fireball as quickly as possible. But there's no need to get Korgoth out here, as long as he can not just die to this attack. Okay, there's the fireball. Nicely played from Set, sorry. He was able to see his win condition there. There was no need to keep getting Korgoth out at that point. It was he just needed to cycle cheaply, keep his defense okay. Remember, he did heal a few times, which really did help him out. And able to close it out with the fireball there onto face. We didn't see the awkward situation where the fireball could have got invoked into something else. But that I was kind of hoping it would, to be honest, because it would have been kind of funny to see. But for Set's point of view, that worked out well. And so, yeah, that was his win condition. He was quite a long way behind on XP, I think. But just getting the dragon down just to hold things up and then just cycling to that fireball. GG. Right. So, Set brings us back to 1 game all. I mean, he did play Korgoth, but Korgoth didn't really... I don't know how many invokes he got, but he didn't really seem to do that much. He didn't just murder everything like sometimes he does. He didn't really get a good push going where they were able to hold on and get a load of XP or anything like that. I think Dark Crow really did do a good job at dealing with it. He just wasn't able to prevent the face damage. That Brutish Betrayer over and over, just getting a hit or two on face, just getting him low enough. And then you just really lose your tools. You can't use your face as a tank. You can't use those blood imps. And it really just sort of becomes a bit of a problem. Right, so 1 game all. Remember, both these players unbeaten today, but that is not going to last. One of them is going to fall. Not out of the event, but their 100% record is going to go. We'll see if they stick with what they've been using already, or if they decide to twist, go somewhere else. Hopefully you can't hear that from next door too much. Let me know if it's too annoying. I'll shut the window and melt. So I just want to have a look, see if we got any scores coming in. So JF has beaten Jules by 2-0. Let's bring this up here if you want to see this. Ficus against Renzo. Ficus is 2-1 winning that. Just hasn't been confirmed yet. Flintswater has beaten Silco by 2-1. I'm not sure if Flintswater is a new player or just under a different name. Nerzl has beaten Westlin by 2-0. Destroyer's beaten Matt by 2-0. Kryptonius Rex beating Boo Boo by 2-1. Typhase losing to Tjaenig 2-0. That Ain't It Chief beating Yuxen by 2-0. VideoGamer beating Hell Keeping by 2-0. And Yin beating Fruit and Garbage again 2-0. Anno getting a victory. He's both happy and disappointed at ruining his perfect losing record there. Beating Centera by 2-0. And of course, as we said before, Derez getting a bye. So this is the only game that is outstanding. And it could be outstanding. So we're in the 4th round of 5 Swiss rounds. Once this is completed, this 4th round, then we'll be able to have a look at the standings and see who is definitely in, who's definitely out, and who is right on the cusp. Who is fighting for their tournament life. So a little delay, just waiting for the players to get ready for the 3rd game. Set is in the menu, ready to go from the looks of it. Dark Crow is deck building, making some final adjustments, deck changes, decisions. Remember Dark Crow banning Wrecked, Set banning Apep, and then we've got the Morgul's Mark and Ardera ban for Dark Crow against Set, and Set banning back with the Cage Prowler and the Ardera. And we did see some good use of the Morgul's Mark in that game. One of the good things about Morgul's Mark, there's many good things. One of the good things is the way that they spawn and kind of swarm around the units. So things like a Colossus, or as we saw there with Korgoth, with their attack in one direction, can't kill them all at once. Right, we're loading into... This is going to be the final game of this best of 3. We are one game all.
We've got a corker of a fight for you today, here on Minion Masters.
Dark Crow against Set, Wrecked against Morelia. Is it a repeat of what we saw before? Quite possibly. The Assassin's going to get some good damage on those Blood Imps. And we know Dark Crow did take quite a lot of damage in the last game and ultimately fell to those fireballs. Okay. Assassin getting some reasonable value, killing those Blood Imps was pretty important. Right, this time we see Set's got his... he's got his seal earlier in his deck. Choosing not to use it. Doesn't want to get swamped at the start here. Morelia's pretty good at killing these strats though. Probably wants to cycle through his spellbook here to get another accursed card in his deck. Just to get that full invoke value. Okay, nice fireball. Right. It's got to be an invoke now, right? You can't delay it too long. Right. Okay, still no invoke. There's still no... So, he did get the seal early, but's chosen not to use it. Now he's only got one accursed card in his hand. So really delaying this. I'm not sure what Set's plan is here. Like, ultimately, if you delay it too long, then it's just too late. Right, there we go. Took him 2 minutes to use that, even though he almost got it in his opening hand. But by playing like that, he has kept himself in the XP race. We saw in the previous game he did fall behind on XP a lot. Ultimately, it wasn't really too much of a problem. Alright, those Blood Imps not really getting too punished there. Needs to be careful here, does Set, because that Zip Sapinator can be a little mofo. It is aggroed on the Master. Okay, we're going to see him cycle here. Dark Crow doesn't seem to like really going ham with the Zip Sapinator. Right, that's going to be a cleaver. How's he going to deal with that? He does have a lot of ways of dealing with that. Fireball coming in. Okay, remember those... Dark Crow needs to pay attention because he knows the fireball's there. He knows the fireball is going to absolutely murder those Blood Imps if given the opportunity. Okay, so Set has fallen behind on XP a little bit, but Korgoth is going to be available soon. Perk 3 for Dark Crow. Both players taking a lot of face damage. Okay, here comes the Korgoth. No, Korgoth not. I thought he might try to play the Korgoth to punish those Blood Imps. Decides not to. Is this a mistake here from Set? He's waiting for Korgoth to come out, but he's dying. He's actually dying. Okay, Set's alive. He can't heal off of these barrel scrats, right? But he can heal off of these prop scrats, which is crucial. Right. Is he back in it? Let's find out. He's played this weirdly. But let's see if it works out. Okay, his fireball there just got invoked to a cleaver. I think. Definitely disappeared. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. Okay. Yeah. Answers on a postcard. Tell me what you thought happened there. That was very strange. Just the way that set delayed and delayed and delayed, using the seal for Korgoth, and then ended up, I think, having to use it when he didn't really get too much value out of it. By a curse we meet Voidball. Is that what I said? Yes, exactly. Thanks for the confirmation, the clarification. Okay, so Dark Crow taking that by 2-1, and his 100% record is intact. I know if I'm making any mistakes, you're here to pick them up, Mickey. Okay, so that was the last outstanding game for the 4th round. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. And then we'll be able to go into the 5th round. 5th and final Swiss round. I'm back. Right. If you redeem dwarf packs or whatever, don't worry. We'll do them at the end of the stream. They will not get forgotten. Okay. So, standings. Okay, so we look at the standings. We've got JF and Dark Crow unbeaten. They are definitely in the top 8. We've got Destroy, Ficus, Set, Jules, Flints, Nerzl, all on 9 points. So it looks like 9 points is going to be the requirement to get in. But of course, we've all got Centera, Westlin, Silco, Matt, Renzo, that Init, Chief Yin, Tjaenig, basically almost everyone else. Not Anno. On 6 points, so they're or thereabouts. I know you may want to see Dark Crow against JF, but the chances are we'll see those later in the event. Nerzl against Jules. Winner goes through, loser goes out. So I think we're going to go with that one. Maybe I'll try and get the replays of JF against Dark Crow and watch that another time. Okay, so Jules versus Nerzl. Okay, so this is the 5th and final round of Swiss, and then we'll have our top 8. Can you hear them too much? I can shut the window, but it's really freaking hot. You can probably hear them more than I can. I said FDM might join later, but I've heard nothing to suggest that is going to happen. Okay, so we're just going to wait on the bans for these guys. And I'm going to eat some biscuits. Casual cricket match going on next door. Okay, hopefully we get the bans pretty quickly. Okay. We do have the bans. Let me make sure that this is set up first. Okay, Jules versus Nerzl. Right, ban information. Let's have a look. Right, Jules has banned Diona. Has also banned Avea. We saw set play Avea, but didn't get much value out of it. And also Ardera. High Inquisitor Ardera. And Nerzl has banned Volko, so that's kind of a little bit of a slightly off meta ban. But remember, we saw Jules play that Volko deck earlier against Silco, was it? With the Rock Rivals. Also Shield Captain Avea. And Morgrul's Mark. Okay, so no really off the grid, off the expected ban lists bans there. If that makes any sense at all. Okay, so remember the winner of this match is likely to go through to the top. I think. Okay, so Sinobii confirms winner definitely in, loser in brackets probably out. So once this round's complete, we'll have our top 8. And then we'll go into a single elimination. It's going to be best of 5 with Conquest rules, where players cannot play a master once they've won with said master. The top 8 will be seeded in so much as the first player will play the 8th player, second against 7th, and so on and so forth. Previously we've had top 4s, but because we've got more people in this event, which is awesome, thanks for everyone that joined, we've got a top 8. Bit more action. Okay, so we're loading into the first game of this, deciding best of 3.
Duel.
Wrecked against Minion. Okay, I heard Nerzl talking about this deck the other day. Thelic. Don't see Thelic too often. I mean, people normally have a counter for Thelic, right? It's 10 mana to have 6 dead archers. Nice impetus, gets the Annihilator out of the pocket. Now he doesn't know this, but Nerzl's got a good window for the Thelic here. I mean, he probably has a good feeling that those spells have come and gone, but it's really difficult to play around those. That assassin, kind of scary. Kernach is really strong in these decks. You can't use Morgrel's Mark on building, so unable to use that to shut down the Prowler there. But he can hit it with Korgoth, but... well, that looks like a mistake. Not Korgoth, Kernach. But Kernach hits for 100, I think, so one activation is not enough. Okay, burning a little bit of mana here. Oh, nice use of the impetus there. Shuts down the Golem. This is going to be a little bit scary here. There's some good DPS coming out. Scotty is going to shut down. The Prowler's going ham, though. Minion does hit multiple targets, of course, so he's still able to kill the Prowler while Scotty was taunting. So Thelic not used yet. Maybe he's holding on until he's got some pressure. Here we see the power of Kernach. Oh, the assassin doesn't get the kill. I'm not exactly sure what pulled the assassin out of stealth there, but it pulled it out of stealth and it wasn't able to kill the succubus, so the succubus then killed it. Looked like maybe a misplay. I'm not exactly sure what happened. But I think that's going to be crucial here, because that succubus really went ham. Okay. So that was the Thelic deck from Nerzl, and apparently the best way to play Thelic is to leave it in your hand. Okay, so Nerzl takes that first game. Not 100% sure what brought the assassin out of stealth, but it seemed like that was very important because the succubus didn't die and then the succubus just went on a rampage. What's up, Eek? Good to see you, my friend. Well, that was a good biscuit. Don't mind if I do. Right, let's have a look what's going on elsewhere if we get a second. Okay, Dark Crow against JF. Did I just hear us loading into a game? Yeah, we're loading into a game. No reported match. No reported score there. Okay, we'll catch up on that later. Right. Valorian
The light is ever present.
against Rect.
Sometimes your mind is just clouded.
Okay. Brothers of Light from Nerzl. Does have Mana Puff Madness as well. That's very nicely done from Jules there. Pops it, doesn't take the damage from it, and then kills it. Super well played. Hey, Jessica. Jessica! Hopefully there's no one next door called Jessica, or that's awkward as hell. Right, Daggerfall clears the Cowardly Imps. There's going to be some okay face damage coming out on the Blood Imps, but that's just what they're there for, really. Okay, splitting the brothers up. Cannon Roller's going to be pretty nice against this. So he's dealt with the bottom fine. I think he was considering trying to aggro the top down to the bottom. See if the Cannon Roller could get involved in that as well. Might have been too far away. Hey, FDM. It's going fine so far. Okay, so the Searing Light trying to do some damage to that Reconator. Looks like the Reconator is going to explode on face, so that's going to be some substantial face damage. Jules does have an XP lead though. Right, here come the brothers again. Really wants... He's doing a great job with that reboomer, because that reboomer can be an absolute nightmare. Oh, the Rocket Scrat, is it going to kill? No, Rocket... I don't even know what killed the Rocket Scrat there. Just seemed to disappear. Right, Mana Puff. Mana Puff Madness from Nerzl. He's in a position to kill his opponents and keep his alive for now. But probably not for long. Bottom one might survive for a little bit. Oh, the Blood Imp's on the... Oh my god, that's so much damage! But he can't afford for this Reconator to explode on his face, but I don't think he can kill it quick enough. That's going to be GG! Oh, the Reboomer Blood Imp interaction. Somewhere there was a Gwyntheron screaming. Okay, Nerzl takes that by 2-0. And he's booked his place in the top 8. But is Jules there? Who else is? Let's have a look what's going on elsewhere in the event in this final Swiss round. Give a little refresh. Make sure we're up to date here. Jules did a great job handling that reboomer almost every time, but just that one time punished him at the end there. Okay, Dark Crow against JF. Looks like it hasn't been reported. Maybe we can drop in that and see that. Nerzl there, we saw winning that. Set against Ficus, 1-1. Destroyer game up against Flintswater. Renzo beating Westlin. Against Tjaenig, 1-1. Sorry about that. Silco beating that Alien Chief. Anyway, let's not worry about that too much for a second. Let's see if we can get into Dark Crow against JF.
crying can get out of the way.
Okay, we're not sure of the score at this point. Let's see if we can get that confirmed when we can. Okay, Morelia versus Diona. Right, we saw JF earlier play this Herald deck against Ficus, got a lot of value from it. Won in the kind of the mirror matchup that they did in that game almost. Defenso is fairly good against it. It's not incredible because it will eventually kind of just get splattered, but it does do some return damage, which is really helpful, of course, being a ground-based tank. It does do the return damage against the melee. We heard a ping there. I think his chain lightning might have not hitten. I don't know if English is that. Hit as much as he wanted. But here's the power of the vortex. You bring everything together, even the counters, and it gets splatted. Now we've seen Blood Imps from Dark Crow in the past be heavily punished. Nice trap, shuts down the reboomer. Right. I'm going to hit face here as well. Oh, he went for the impetus to try to push it out of the way. That was smart. And it kind of worked out. Oof. That's going to aggro away from the Master. It's not hitting anything, but it is there, and it is being a pain. Right, perk 3 for Dark Crow, but he's so low HP. He needs to be really careful here. Is able to heal. Goes for the double heal. Does he get the double heal? Yes, he does, and he really desperately needed that, but he needs to handle this Herald appropriately. Okay, he's going to put the dragon there to tank. Nice trap to spin it around. Does get the aggro as well. Blood Imps are out. This is so risky from Dark Crow. Look at his HP and look at those Blood Imps. We see this so many times. Dark Crow overplays Blood Imps. He doesn't need much to punish this. Okay, goes for another heal though. Oh, the Chain Lightning is bad. We've seen a couple of bad Chain Lightnings from Dark Crow. Right, Dark Crow trap on his face. He will deny it. JF needs to deal with this dragon though. Spellbook's coming round again, so is there going to be another heal potential, and he needs to take it. There's only one unit out to heal from. He goes for the heal. It's only one heal though. Is that going to be enough? The dragon doesn't really change the match enough, I don't think, for him. JF has a small XP lead. Dark Crow has basically no HP left. And I don't think he can stop this statue. The statue's going to hit him. He's going to be within almost death. Lovely Impetus Blast. We saw a couple of really nice Impetus Blasts from JF. One of them didn't quite work out exactly as he wanted to, but it did work out well enough. Thank you, Ryan. Okay. I think that's one game all. We're not 100% sure, but we'll check in a second. It was close, but we saw Dark Crow, as we've seen before, he uses those Blood Imps until it's just, there's no margin for error, and then still cycles them one more time. And we've seen in the past how that's really punished him, whether he's lost directly or indirectly in that situation. Right, so let's have a look if we've got a score on here. Okay, it's still 0-0, so it looks like nothing's been reported yet. I think let's make the assumption that it's, until we know any different, let's make the assumption that it's 1-0. The chances are they started late, as is their habit, well, JF's habit anyway, and Good job, Rex. Okay, I'm trying to get the players to confirm the score. Let's check the site again. As always, the players are encouraged to report the score on the site after each game so we know exactly what's going on. Sometimes they don't. Looks like Destroy against Flint. It's 1 game all going into a decider, and that looks like winner in, loser out. That one's going down to the wire. Okay. Still no game reported. But gameplay starting.
All lovely and despair.
Right, Morelia again. And Diona again. Different decks this time, though. Different decks. Both of them playing Sapphire Pebble. That's interesting. That's a card that we very rarely see, I think, is on ladder and in tournaments. But so we've seen it today from JF, and maybe Dark Crow's taking a page out of his book.
Bring the trap.
Right. Seen a lot of Scotty as well. Again, we've seen some good Impetus Blast. We saw it from Jules before, this time from Dark Crow dealing with the Reboomer. Reboomer can be one of those cards that are super difficult to deal with, or if you've got the appropriate reactions and cards, you can shut it down almost immediately. Stun coming in. Okay, that stun helped out a little bit. XP lead for JF, quite considerable, and has the bridges, and he's going to do for some time. Dark Crow's going to have to commit here, I think. Might play the... He's got to play something. He needs to put some pressure on the bridges. Didn't want to play a big unit on the bridge. Goes for the Spirit. That's real nice on that big guy. Okay. Nice Taunt Trap, keeping that Reboomer away whilst possible. The Reboomer is still alive. Oh, it looks like he's going to kill... Oh, it kills one of these archers. The Mana Surged Archer does clear it. That's kind of unfortunate for Dark Crow there. JF getting a decent XP lead. Both of them playing the Shield Guard. So some similar cards, but also some very different ones. Here comes the Spirit. It's only the perk 1 spellbook, so only 1 Spirit.
Bring the trap.
Okay, that's a nice trap because it puts the pressure on and forces Dark Crow to play something else to take that top bridge. Dark Crow healing at the top. But health is not his problem at the moment. It's his XP, sorry, he's a long way down. Spirit. Oh, the Spirit. That's I don't like that. He played those too early. Ended up the Spirit on the Blood Imp instead of on the Shield Guard, and that's not ideal.
There's one. Go get it, boy.
The Reboomer going down. That's kind of frustrating. Nice Taunt Trap coming in. Really helping. And the Impetus splitting everything out. Takes a bit of face damage, but JF's almost full HP, so that's fairly irrelevant at the moment. Perk 3 for JF almost here. Is going to get that extra trap to help out. Dark Crow's going to get the power of Nirvir's Dragon at perk 3, but he's so far away from it still. 87 versus 133 XP. That's a massive change. Oof, JF doing a great job again with that trap. All seem to be working out more in JF's favour than in Dark Crow's. You got all 3 of them at the same time there, remember. If you spawn them together, you get them at a discount. Okay, that trap shuts down the boomer. Reboomer. A bit more face damage as well. Needs to be careful here because that's going to try to jump on those. Okay, nice stun. Oof, the shield guard didn't really know what to do. Went to charge and then didn't because the target was no longer there. A little bit confusing for the shield guard. The massive XP still. And we're going to see Blood Imp's getting a bit punished here. And further punished. Ruffles going for a heal for JF just to add insult to injury to Dark Crow's under 500 HP. Is he going to get to perk 3 before JF gets his Mana Frenzy? Oh, the impetus there. Doesn't kill. But this... Oh, okay, he's unlucky there. But like, how does JF deal with this? I mean, Dark Crow. Nice stun. Reboomer doing some good DPS. Okay, Dark Crow does a good job. Holds himself in it. Almost going to get to perk 3, but... Like, he's so far behind on every metric right now. He's very sad, Dark Crow there. But his Xiaolong died. Reboomer's going to go down as well. JF's almost at Mana Frenzy. Looks like he's going to close this out by 2-0. Remember, this is the last best of 3 game. He's going for face, double trap. Has to spawn the dragon defensively. Scotty's going to get on face here. That dragon didn't seem to be in the right spot. And JF just playing out of his mind. Okay. Well, JF's definitely won it. It was either 2-1 or 2-0. I think we can assume 2-0. Rifty said Shield Guards feels like such a strong card. Yes, I agree. That is why we're seeing it kind of everywhere. As we spoke before, that dash can really help get pressure on bridges in situations where previously you couldn't. If, for example, you were playing like a Brother of the Burning Fist, something like that. And just the way he can close the distance down between him and the ranged can really help him out. Okay. That looks like that may be all she wrote for this part of the event. I think everything has been confirmed, so let's have a look at that if we can. Okay, so all of the matches are in. That means we have our top 8 that should be confirmed. We've got JF 100% win record. He didn't lose a set, and he didn't even lose a game. Must have definitely won that last one by 2-0. So JF really dominating so far. We spoke earlier about how he's been dominating the solo ladder this season and in many seasons. We haven't seen him in an event for a long time. Really good to have him here, and he's showing what a top player he is. We see Dark Crow, Flints, Set, and Nerzl all up there on 4 points. Sorry, on 4 wins, 12 points each. Destroy, Ficus, and Jules are rounding out the top 8. Silco just doesn't quite make it. Silco, Matt, Renzo, Yin, right on the cusp there. Unfortunately doesn't quite make it. G-Town, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome here, everyone. It's tournament time here in the Fish Tank. This is Night's Duel number 26. And we have our top 8. JF, Dark Crow, Flints, Set, Nerzl, Destroy, Ficus, and Jules. Manixia says Dark Crow's getting really tired. It's late already. Yes, but it's also late for JF. JF is also from China. So we're going to have JF against Jules, Ficus against Dark Crow, Flints against Destroy, and Set versus Nerzl in our top 8. It is tournament time, yes. Correct. Okay. I'm sure there's going to be some discussion about the tiebreakers. Do I really want to open that? Okay, so we see Jules. The opponent's set win. So, looks like Fox says JF is from Taiwan, so it's even later for him. Okay. Thank you for the confirmation. Sorry if I was incorrect there. Jules' opponents were stronger, looks like. I think that's what it's saying. So I think that's why he gets through ahead of Silco. Right. So there we have it, our top 8. We should be able to go to our brackets. And then we should be going to our top 8. So, as we can see, it's JF against Jules, Set against Nerzl, Dark Crow against Ficus, Flint Water against Destroy. Okay. Right. Let's get ready for the top 8. If you just joined us, this is Knight's Duel. As you can see here, number 26, Team Minor Frenzy and BetaDwarf presenting this event. Big shout out to those guys for supporting it. And of course, thanks for you guys being here. Thanks for everyone taking part. Thanks for Sinobii helping me out behind the scenes. Right, so let's see if we get set up for this. Okay. So, we've seen a lot of these players already, so we're going to see Flint's Water against Destroy. Remember, guys, if you missed any of the action, or you want to revisit any of the action, or if you need to go, or whatever, it will be up on YouTube tomorrow. So you can check that out at your leisure. So the same ban powers are appropriate here. Right. So, see if we've got these players to spectate. Okay, Flint's Water Destroyers MM 1.45, still playing an old version apparently. Right, let's reset the bands and go again. Right, so Flint Water is banned. APEP. APEP? Oops. Hello? Hello? APEP. Yeah. Morgrel's Mark. And Rocket Scrat. And Destroy has banned Wrecked, R3KT, as FDM would say. Laser Turret. He's probably going to be playing some heavy stuff. And, again, Morgrel's Mark. So, I think the Laser Turret's probably the thing that we can maybe glean the most from there. Right, let me reset the score. Be nice to do that, so that's correct. Right, so this is best of 5 now. We're going to call this the quarterfinal. Hopefully that's vernacular that you're familiar with. Quarterfinal best of 5. Flint's Water against Destroy, restart his game. Maybe. Did I mess it up? Maybe. Okay. Right. I'm ready here. Thanks for the raid, Kryptonius. Sheesh. Right, so I think we are good to go. Okay, so this is going to be best of 5. There will be what's called conquest rules, which means that if you win with a master, you cannot play that master anymore. You can play the same deck, but you can't play the same master. I wonder if we can get some predictions going. Okay. Prediction. Start prediction. Who will win? Flint's Water or Destroy? Okay. I started a prediction. I may even remember to finish it at some point. But if you want to vote with your channel points, see who you think's going to win this one. Flint's Water versus Destroy. Not fully sure who Flint's Water is. Just looked at their old Steam names. They have a lot of very inappropriate Steam names. I think they better change their name to something less horrific for this match. This event. Okay, so looks like we're ready. Both players are ready, so hopefully they've been given the go-ahead. That sounds like something's happening. Right, here we go! It's the first quarterfinal. Right, looks like we've got some future business. Maybe changing in the next patch, but for now, it is as we know it. Okay, Apep Future gets a 2-mana Jolo. That's some nice RNG. Let me just fix this. Going well, Mike. Top 8 now. Right, Squirtillery comes in. Good. Squirtillery gets lots of value there. Okay, so a lot more aggro, of course, from the Wreck deck. Wants to try to put some pressure on, get some value early, but that Blast Monster is going to clear everything pretty quickly. Some okay damage coming out though. Destroy is ahead on XP as well. And again, another Scotty. We're seeing Scotty kind of everywhere at the moment. Okay, not too much going on at the moment. Not enough tech for the Nats there on the aimbot. Okay, Battle Monkey's going to clear everything up here. And here we see another push coming out from Destroy. ATG drone, Battle Monkey. Battle Monkey needs to be handled with care. This is kind of scary. This is a lot of DPS. Needs to handle the Battle Monkey with care as well. Still everything in the air. This is going to be huge damage coming out. ATG drone's not dying yet. ATG just aimbot, Drone Walker, I think, decided he didn't want any more of that. So Destroy's one of those decks where he's going to keep pushing, try to do damage each time, and eventually do critical damage. Okay, return damage, and those Scrats will start really doing a lot of damage. Needs to be careful here. Battle Monkey's going to be good to deal with this, but he's not a miracle worker. Okay, a lot of face damage. Here comes the next push. Perk 3. Chisma could be crucial here. There is a... Okay, the shield's up. That Chisma was pretty lucky RNG, I'm going to be honest about that. Okay. Apep, Flints order ahead at the moment. Right. Battle Monkey's not going to live here. Really not like to see him die for that Net Blaster. Okay, both players super low HP. One good push could end this for either player. Destroy doing a good job keeping that away from face so the Squirtillery doesn't do the extra face damage, but he needs to clear this up and quickly. Right. That Blast Monster is going to be a pain. That one pop was enough to get some quite substantial value. Destroy so low HP. Knows the Squirtillery's there. He's really playing with fire, taking this much damage from the Blast Monster. Okay, Scriptillery not used on face. Wreck not at home here. Oh, he needs to be so careful here. Okay, no face damage there. Nicely handled. But it's about to be perk 3 for Flint's Water. That's going to be the nail in the coffin for Destroy here. Destroy's a long way away from his own Mana Frenzy. Going to do his best to hold on, but he's going to be at such a deficit in terms of mana here. Here comes the Scriptillery. It's not on face, but it doesn't need to be. The assassin is. Okay, that's game 1 to Flint's Water. Remember, this is best of 5 here. So Apep has come and gone. Flint's Water. No Apep for Destroy either through the bans. The laser turret ban's interesting. Maybe Destroy knew something that we didn't. No wrecked for Flint there either. Right. Let's give ourselves an update on what's going on elsewhere while we're waiting for these guys to get ready for their second game. If we get the time. Okay. JF is 1-0 up against Jules. JF still hasn't dropped a game yet. Set and Nerzl, it's looking like Set's taking the first game there against Nerzl. Dark Crow against Ficus, still showing as 0-0. And of course Flint's Water here, taking the first game against Destroy. I know he says he's got his Herald net blasted. Sad times. The 1 in a million that it does a good job. FTN says Blastmasters actually did a lot of face damage. Yeah, he did. I think there was some occasions where he could have potentially pushed the Blastmaster back to maybe re-aggro onto the Elite Swarmer there. But yeah, it was kind of strange how he left that on face despite being so low HP. Every hit point matters. Every little helps. Okay, so we're just waiting for the players to start their second game. 13.4 DPS is really adding up. It is if they're there for 20 seconds. Right, here we go, game number 2.
Let's go. Come to me, minion.
Okay, something's not quite correct. Flint's Water has left. Okay. They are offline. Mickey is all in on channel points. Okay, something happened. Not sure what. Okay, so looks like Flint's water loaded in with the wrong master, and then Alt F4'd out of it. Let me just double check what the rules say for this. Okay, 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 I guess Destroy's finishing that match. Okay, that kind of scared me. Okay, I think my game's bugged. I need to restart it to get the spectate. Right, let's see. Let's just confirm what's going to happen here. They may replay. It wasn't immediate. Okay, I'll restart my game. Okay, we just get to the bottom of this. Hopefully we don't miss anything. Okay, looks like he queued in with Apep, which of course he'd already played and won with. So that was a conquest violation. Okay, so it looks like Flint Waller's just going to give the game away. Okay, right, so just one game all. Okay, so just one game all. Flint's Water giving the game back. I'm making a little bit of an admin error there, playing a master that's no longer not applicable. Got to be super careful. Don't want to give away these games. Something silly like that. Right. He's decided to give the game away. I need to see exactly what the rules say, but he has been speaking to the admin. Okay, so if it's discovered within the first 60 seconds of the game, it is up to the opposing player to decide whether they want to replay or not. So, no, not good. I'm not sure whether Destroy has declined or if Flint Water has declined themselves. But if either player declines the replay doesn't happen. Right, so we are ready. One game all. What's going on elsewhere, you ask? JF 2-0 up against Jules. We're just going into the game set 2-0 up against Nerzl, and Dark Crow losing to Ficus 1-0. Right, here we go.
Masters, get dueling.
For the Imperium.
Someone's pinging somewhere. Is Valorian banned? Does he not like it? Unsure. Looks like he might be playing the same deck, just with a different master. I think he's just saying he doesn't want to play Valorian. Right. So, Valorian against Diona.
I do only what must be done.
That's good damage.
You could call it showing off. I call it necessary.
Well, that's huge damage. Okay. Destroy getting a huge lead here. XP and HP. I'm not sure what Master Destroy played for game 2. Although it didn't actually happen, he did technically win with that Master, so that needs to be ruled out. Okay, scary looking push coming. No res on the Armoon. Statue is approaching face though. Looks like I only got one hit on face there.
Go, boy!
Okay, that Prowler, the first time he used that Rabid Prowler, it was disgusting. Berserker Rage, of course. Here we go again. Scotty's going to tank it, but Scotty's going to have a bad time with it. Even through the hill. Just DPS's through the hill. Oh, that's huge! Gets a couple of hits. One of them was a jump. Gets a bunch of hits on face. That Rabid Prowler is so difficult to handle. It just Scotty got DPS through the healer. Right, there's the res. Oh, there's no way he holds on here. Okay, Destroy takes up by 2-1. But there's no Diona. Okay. We need to find out what Destroy played. Okay. Right. Right, 2-1 to Destroy. Remember, this is best of 5, so first to 3. The game that we didn't see, Destroy was playing Volko, so he technically won with that, so Volko is no longer applicable for him. Just to make sure everything is fair and above board. Right, so Destroy 1 foot in the semi-final, but still all to fight for. Yep, if there is a situation like that, and the game could potentially be replayed, it's only replayed if both players agree. And I don't think either player agreed. Flints was quite adamant from what I saw that he wanted to give the game away. Right, looks like JF has beaten Jules by 3-0, so he's straight through into the semi-final where he'll play the winner of Set against Nerzl. Set is 2-0 up there. Dark Crow against Ficus is 1 game all. And Flints Water and Destroy is 2-1. Just waiting for that to verify. Yep, there we go. 2-1 to Destroy. Okay. Right, so just waiting for game number 4 when they are ready. Looks like JF trying to speed run the tournament. Still hasn't lost a single game. A single game. Hasn't lost a single set. Not a single game. So here's the dominant force so far. He's going to play what's looking like potentially Set in the semi-final, who's leading Nerzl by 2-0. I make it more visible for you. Right, I hear some kind of noise that insinuates that we've got a game on.
Welcome to Minion Masters. It's on.
The light is my guide.
Oh, is that a miss split to start with from Destroy? That's kind of awkward. Right. Valorian against Milo. That's going to cost him some XP. We've all done it, but it's always frustrating when it happens. Right. It's the regular Prowler. Gets onto face. It's not quite as terrifying as the Rabid Prowler, but still needs to be handled with care. That's a lot of face damage coming out there. Nearly 1,000 damage, mostly from that Prowler. Okay. Does he get lucky here? And okay, the Vulture survives, but only briefly. Okay, so Brother Ween. Spirit's coming out. Or the Spirit. He needs the Spirit at the bottom. Okay. The unit he wanted the Spirit on first received it last. That was a little bit scary. Right, there's going to be some reasonable face damage coming up. These raised units. That Brother hitting super hard. Do we get another hit? Nope, just gets shut down. Looks like Valorian got the killing blow on him. Okay, so both players doing some damage. The Avalanche clears and keeps the pressure on. Right, here come the Spirits. Going to get 3 of them. They're going to be exactly where he wants them. Or not, because he spawned the path. Felt like a bit of a mistake. That one Spirit could change everything. It might be irrelevant. Heal comes in a little bit too late, but it does get the value it needs. Okay, Destroy closes that series out. Milloween against Valorian. 3-1. Destroy gets through into the quarterfinals. And Flints Water is eliminated. Very well played to both of those players. Right. Okay. Right, let's have a look what's still going on. So it looks like Dark Crow against Ficus. It's looking like it's in game 3 at 1 game all. Let's see if we can get in there. So, I think it is 1 game all. We'll confirm that, of course, when we can. Okay, XP about the same. The owner, we got the bug with the spectator bug with the stunned. The owner is stunning. I don't know if both masters are stunned. It's a feature, not a bug. I don't know if a stun brings them out of it. Okay, so Ficus playing Empyrean here. Gonna get the heal and the supporting units there. On the shield guard that we've seen a lot today. If you're looking for a big tank in your decks, you can't go very wrong with the shield guard. Big smite coming in. Just tapped out for a second, but don't worry, I'm here. It's multitasking. Blood Imp's out, Dark Crow and Blood Imps. Ooh, that Spirit's not going anywhere. That is less than ideal. Right. Ardera clearing up at the bottom there. She does take damage when she attacks though, so she does have limited survivability. Right, perk 3 at about the same time for both players. That means Dark Crow's going to get his second trap. But potentially, crucially, Ficus is going to get that dragon. It's going to be a one-time Nearveer. But it could be enough to change the match in his favour. Let's find out. Okay, not really too much for the breath to hit on. Spawns it defensively. Dark Crow happy just to keep it back there as far as possible. This could give Dark Crow a good XP lead if he plays this correctly. Okay, that Scotty's going ham on face. A lot of face damage. Remember, Ficus will have the potential to heal from the spellbook. Ardera is out, but Ardera's ahead of the dragon. We don't really like that. But she's not leading the pack. Remember, when she dies, she will give Divine Shield to Empyrean units and rage everything. So that could be huge. Okay, Ficus has got an XP lead and has got a very scary push going. Dark Crow's not quite sure what to do here. Thought about playing the Blood Imps, decided against it. I don't think there's any way he can shut this down. This is all rage, this is all on face. Ficus is taking this. And I think that's 2 games to 1 to Ficus. We'll try to get that double checked. Okay. So it looks like Ficus taking that, and the dragon really was really strong. Flints, would I try to just tone down the nonsense a little bit, please? Thank you very much. Right, so yeah, so that was game 3. So that's 2 games to 1 to Ficus, best of 5. So still game on. So we've got JF against Set in the first semi-final. And we're going to have Dark Crow or Ficus against Destroy in the second semi-final. Right, let's just double check something here. Mickey says Mark is so bad against Ardera. Yeah, Ardera attacks very quickly. Kind of like her channeled beam. It's really good at clearing all those little units out. Okay. Yeah, that's one of the reasons when Mark first came out, it was really bad because there was, I think it was bugged, but they didn't spawn very quickly. So even the most kind of medium attack speed units were able to just clear the swarmers as they spawned. Of course, they increased that, but yeah, it's still not amazing against things that attack quickly. I think against an aimbot, they can maybe overwhelm it eventually if there's nothing else there, but it can almost kill them on the spawn. But the Ardera really struggles them, shreds them. Don't forget to check your new offer. What's my new offer? Okay, so just to confirm, Darkrow bans Wrecked, Morgul's Mark, and Our Moon. And then Wrecked, Ardera, and Caged Prowler is banned by Ficus. Right, a little bit of a delay here. Right, don't forget we've got giveaways running. I'll do them at the end of the game, at the end of the stream. If you want to get involved in that. But here we go. We're going into game number 4. 2 games to 1 to Ficus. Darkrow a game down.
Let's go.
The dead care nothing for the troubles.
Okay. Morelia against Apep. Thanks for the sub, Flints Water. Okay, so it's Apep. Could be the same deck that Ficus played in the last one, when he was Morelia, I think. So Empyrean. Okay, so we've got some scrats from Darkrow. A lot of damage coming out, unfortunately, there on the Zip. You can tell how many charges the Zip has by how many lights are lit up on the back. You can see there's 2 out of the maximum of 3. So he's going to wait here for the Ardera to aggro, and then he's going to play the Morgul's Mark. If he played it before, then she'd clear the Morgul's Mark. She'd clear all the Swarmers. So that's nicely played from Darkrow. And this is going to be a good push here. Spirit on the Reckonator is very, very strong. He may not have the DPS here to shut the Reckonator down. He goes into it. He's not going to get it. It explodes. It was a risk worth taking, I think. I mean, it looked like he had the shields there on the Legionnaires, but they didn't come out looking great. Okay, so Ficus leading this by 2 games to 1, but taking a lot of face damage there. Nearly 1,000 HP left. That's, I mean, that Bannerman makes you feel like you're playing against a bot. Right, there goes the Spirit. We're still only at Spellbook level 1, so only 1 Spirit. But again, he's going to try to use the Morgul's Mark. Ficus knows he's going to do that. Does Ficus have a way? Okay, he decides to go for the Scrutillery this time. Okay. I mean, those Swarmers really helping by taking the hits there. Worked out okay. Reckonator is... Okay, unfortunately, the Reckonator popped there. Ficus is scared of that Reckonator getting too close to face, and that was close. If there was one less hit from the Shield Guard, that may have survived to get closer to face. Okay, so still very close in the XP race. But we've seen many times these close matches with Morelia, that perk 3 dragon can really change things. But here come the spirits. It's going to be double spirit this time. Pretty much got them exactly where he wanted. Again, he's going to wait for the aggro, then play the mark on the Ardera. Does he have anything to kill it? He's trying to keep Ardera alive. Ardera does survive a little bit. That gives him time to maybe spawn something, but doesn't get any real value out of it apart from a Divine Shielded Bannerman, which is better than nothing, but not ideal. Reckonator still alive, and that could be a problem. He does smite it, but does he have the DPS to kill it? Because it explodes, it's going to be a problem. It explodes, and it is a problem. Okay, Ficus is on his last legs here. 8 HP left. Scrats everywhere. Morgul's Mark just being used to keep the pressure on. Scrutillery's going to come in and close the game. Doesn't even need it. Darkrow levels up at 2 games all. Didn't even need that perk 3 dragon that he was getting very, very close to. But yeah, the power of the Reckonator with the Spirit. I think it's the Spirit that really makes the difference in that situation. You just can't kill it quickly enough. And then it can get to face. And whilst the Spirit doesn't change anything in that situation, it's got close enough to be very, very scary. Okay. So, game on. 2-2. Oh, looking at the wrong game. Okay. So, Ficus won the first game. Darkrow won the next one. Ficus then went 2-1 up, and now it's 2-2. And as it says here, winner advances to semi-final. Loser is eliminated from the event. Good stuff. Right. So we're just going to wait for the players to be ready for this. This is going to be the final game in this match. Winner takes all. Very difficult to decide what to play in this kind of situation. Right. Darkrow's in the menu. Ficus is deck building. So, Darkrow won that one with Morelia, so no Morelia. Not 100% sure of all of the Masters that they played at this moment, but remember, Ficus banned Wrecked, so no Wrecked for Darkrow. And Darkrow banned also Wrecked, so no R3, KT for either of these. So we have seen a lot of Morgul's Marks banned, as expected, and in the situations where they weren't banned, we saw Morgul's Mark really getting some real good work done. It was a good counter to Ardera in that last match. Actually tanked really well for the Reckonator against the Shield Guard at one point. So some real good value there. But You saw some kind of top tips about how to play it correctly. He waited, Darkrai waited until the Ardera aggroed on the Rekinator, and then he played it. If he played it too early, then Ardera would aggro on the Swarmers and just kill them, which would be less beneficial, I would imagine, than the Swarmers just swamping her. Often what you want to do against Ardera is try to kill her and kill her quickly, because you know your opponent wants to have supporting units, especially Empyrean units, around her to get that buff when she dies. And if you are able to kind of take your opponent a little bit by surprise, kill them quickly. One thing I didn't like too much, and I don't know if it was really a thing or not, because I didn't really pay too much attention to Ficus's cards available at the time, but it was very kind of obvious how the mark was being used. And you have to kind of expect that and try to play around it if you can. Try to keep her alive, try to support her. But it is, of course, really difficult. The taunt makes it so difficult to support the unit that's getting Morgrilled at that moment. So maybe there's not very much he could do. But don't forget the Shield Guard has that Shield of Light. Armor of Light, I think it is. So that could help. Just kind of thinking out loud. Right. Looks like we're waiting for Ficus here. Hopefully everything's fine. We've had some really good games today, and hopefully we've still got some more to come. Remember, we've got JF currently unbeaten today against Set in the first semi-final. We're going to have the winner of Darkrai against Ficus that we're watching now against Destroy in the second semi-final. So we've got the rest of this game. We've got 2 semi-finals, and we have the grand final. So a lot of action still to come. Hopefully we don't have to wait too long for it. A little bit of a delay here. Okay, we have the bands for the first semi-final in, so we're ready to go when we get a moment there. But we're still waiting for this here. Okay, here we go. 2 games all. Winner takes all. Yeah! And by all, I mean a place in the semi-final. Right, Ratbow. Looks like it might be the same deck as before. We see the Rekinator in there. And we're playing, we've got Morelia and we've got Korgoth. Right, let's see how this works out. He did have Korgoth super early, so he does get that first seal usage off. Remember, he's got to use that twice. So he's trying here is Darkrai to get Scrat Swarm. There we go, 5 Scrats. Gets the bonus. Oh, this is going to be a lot of pressure coming in. I feel like Mephisto made this sort of popular, this kind of strat. Now the assassin should be able to clear that before it explodes. But that's a lot of damage coming out onto Ficus. Does have the ability to heal. Might be considering it. Oh, he's gone for it, but it's on the Jolo. He does get lucky and kills the Jolo with it. I think if Jolo dodges, he doesn't get the heal, so it kind of worked out. He would have loved the heal on the Chisma there, but didn't quite get it. Okay. Magma Storm. Looks like he's getting the Magma Storm value that he wants. It sounded like it got an attack off. I'm not sure if it did, the Zip. Here comes the next wave. Okay, Bats coming out. Scrotillery coming in. Well, the Bats weren't great. Remember, you can kind of choose whereabouts on the tower the Bats spawn, depending on where you play it. So you don't have to play it all into one location. Okay, so Darkrow ahead at the moment, but Korgoth available for Ficus. Can that change things? Should the Daka hit invisible units? Discuss. Right, gonna get the spirit on it. He's got 666 health. That's fairly terrifying. But Darkrow said, well, if you're going to commit that at the bottom, I'm going to push at the top and try to kill you. Okay, looks like... Okay. That's going to be kind of painful at the bottom, it looks like. Zip absolutely shredding Korgoth there. Okay. Zip just survives, but only just. Okay, so there's a nice Daka because it keeps the top, or it takes the top bridge for him. You don't have to kill something huge each time. Right. Korgoth. Can he get some invoke value? Can he keep some pressure on? Remember, we're going to see a perk 3 dragon if Ficus gets there. That with Korgoth could be a situation. But that Zip's really shutting Korgoth down. This, I think, could be too much for Ficus. Oh, that explosion, 200 HP. Okay. Like, his Korgoth is getting shut down, but it is still getting a little bit of invoke value, and it is holding that lane a lot. So, is it worth it? I mean, does he... His opportunity, his choice is he could play the Korgoth really defensively. That's a massive Daka on the dragon. That shouldn't really be allowed. But it happens, and that dragon is very weak now. Well, that 1 HP Zip is probably going to be the MVP in that situation. Darkrow! Darkrow takes it. Darkrow's in the semi-final. I wonder if we look back and revisit that and think about it, maybe if he'd played Korgoth, held Korgoth, made his opponent push, and then played Korgoth defensively to help with the defense, and also to not get it quite so heavily destroyed. But I don't know if that would have changed too much. Probably would have bled too much XP in that situation. But okay. Right. Darkrow is in the semi-final where he'll play against Destroy. But in the first game, we have... Let's get their names in the right order. It's JF against Set. JF unbeaten today. So, let's reset our score. This is semi-final numero uno. Set. Did I put Set against Set? I'm such an idiot. JF against Set. Right, we've got the bans. Let's have a look. Okay. So, JF has banned Apep, Herald Our Moon, and Sapphire Pebbles. Interesting. Hold on, I got that wrong. JF has banned Apep. Sorry, the players' names were Korgoth and Morgrel's Mark. Let's get that correct. And you'll never guess what. Set banned Diona, Herald Armoon, and Sapphire Pebbles. I believe that's correct. So JF banning Apep, Korgoth, and Morgrel, and Set banning Diona, Herald, and Sapphire. Yes. Yes, very. Right, sorry for that slight confusion. This should be a good one. JF versus Set. I am ready. You are hopefully ready. Now, are the players ready? It's semi-final time. This is the first semi-final. It's Set. It's JF. Following this is the second semi-final, which is Destroy against Dark Crow. And then after that, we'll have a grand final. And then after that, we may have a winner's interview. And then after that, we'll have an awkward wave. And then after that, I can have some food. Right. Right, remember, keep the nonsense to a minimum, please. You may decide not to, but I also may decide to not allow you to be here. But that doesn't need to happen, does it? Okay. JF is in the menu. Set is in the menu. What are they doing? Standing there looking at each other. Muskets at dawn. Oh, shit. I mean, oops. I completely forgot about the prediction thing. Okay, who will win? JF versus Set. Okay, it's gonna have to be a short one because it's late. Go. Right. Someone pinged. Don't know what it was. Never do. Okay. Ratbo versus Morelia. Okay. Shield Guard of Light, as we see a lot. Those bounce breeze are going to do some good DPS, though, to the back there. Aldera does go down, but she does get the trigger on Death, where she does shield and rage. The Shield Guard, not going to do too much damage, and those bats were really quite annoying. Scotty is a card we've seen over and over again today. Haven't seen a copper ban, but it is a card we've seen very, very heavily played. Oof, huge smite on the Annihilator there. Okay, here comes the Ardera. Does he want to try to spirit it? Not loving that push at the top. Okay, does Ardera clear this up? Those bounce breeze do kind of hurt. I love the way Ardera kind of spins around. Okay, she does just survive. Can do a little bit of face damage probably, but fairly irrelevant. It does, of course, get the shield here, so it's going to be a bit more face damage and it's going to take a bit longer to clear. In comes the smite. So this is a fairly innocuous attack, but it's lasting a long time, doing some little bit of damage, but also getting some decent XP for Set. Oh, that's a Daka. Oh, that's a mistake from Set. You should never fall into that situation. At this level of play against a Ratbow, you should never throw your sort of key units away against the Daka. You've got to know it's happening. You've got to be aware. I know it's the first Daka of the game, but you've got to be so on top of that. He may have tried to play into it. I don't know if he played into it or if he just reacted. I don't know if he was ready for it or if he just reacted to it happening. But either way, it didn't work out. But, you know, these things happen, but he can't allow it to keep happening. The Daka is up in JF's hand. Remember, it will attack the closest thing, so both players are going to be keeping an eye on the layout of the land, looking to see if there is a Daka opportunity. Okay, there will be one here. Or the shield guard. It doesn't want the shield guard to die before the Ardera dies, and it did. But that's not ideal. But it's perk 3 for Set. He is ahead. Remember, JF hasn't lost a single game so far today. So Set burning mana here. I don't think he wants to commit his dragon. He doesn't want to give away the lead he's got. The breath not really touching anything. Looks like he's going to probably support with the Ardera, try to get the rage on the dragon. The bats can be super annoying with the dragon because they can just aggro it just into almost nothing. Oh, that's a good Daka on the dragon. Not the biggest Daka though, so I don't think Set will lose too much sleep on that. He can drop some spirits, goes for the skeletons instead. Needs to watch his HP. Ardent Aegis. Giving some extra meat here. XP leveling up a little bit. JF doing a good job here. The dragon does get raged. Doesn't get the shield though because it isn't an Empyrean unit. But this is a decent push and it's going to survive for a little while. The damage here is not going to be game winning, but the XP could. I guess the spirit doesn't really make much difference on Ardera, does it? She just kills herself at the same time. Right. This is Set trying to get to Mana Frenzy. It's very close though. Set needs to be super careful here as well because he is pretty low HP. Now JF is ahead on XP. Set looked like he was in a good position. Got to be careful of the Daka here. Okay, we saw it, but he saw it as well. But it's going to take a while to clear this up. Morgul's Mark's going to come in. Okay, I think this is too much. Set was in a strong position, but once the dragon was down, JF was able to come back. And it looks like he's going to close out this first game and stay unbeaten. There we go. JF taking it. JF did a good job dealing with the dragon. Looked like it had maybe done just enough for Set, but ultimately not. And you have to wonder, with it being so close, there was the situation earlier in the game where Set ended up getting his Ardera Dakard, which really kind of shut down one push. And that could have cost him a lot of XP, which ultimately, when it's so close at the end there, that could have been the difference between winning and losing, or at least making it closer. We don't know. Who knows? But it could have been. And that's where, you know, every interaction can matter. He did a better job avoiding the Dakar going forward, but that one Dakar killing that Ardera, that might have been crucial. Right, so JF is a game up. Still unbeaten. But Set pushed him real close there. So we remind ourselves, so JF can no longer play Ratbow, which has been one of his masters of choice today. And cannot play Diona through a ban. Set, of course, can still play Morelia since he lost, and cannot play Apep through JF's ban. Okay. Remind ourselves of the bans. JF banning Apep, Korgoth, Morgul's Mark, and Set banning Diona, Herald Armoon, and Pebbles. Herald Armoon and Pebbles, we definitely saw some play with those earlier, especially with JF. And Set, I think we saw playing Korgoth earlier. So, some potentially targeted bans here. So now we just need to wait for the players to be ready for game number 2. Okay, let's have a look what the predictions were looking like. Not many people betting, but JF getting much the better of it. Right, here we go.
Welcome to Minion Masters. Let's do it.
Game 2. Morelia against Morelia. Why does it look like Set keeps taking his opponent's decks and using them against them? Did I say Set? JF. That chain lightning though is going to be mostly negated by those shields. Absolute racking. Okay, very similar, if not the same decks.
The difference is...
Ooh, massive smite. I mean, you might think that's not amazing, but like it's kind of making the best of a bad situation, right? You know it's going to get buffed. You just have to try to minimize what it can do with it. That's a lot of damage. That's so tanky with that spirit on it. Big XP lead for JF. Skeleton's just being used as a bit of a meat shield there. Both players have Chain Lightning, so shields could be really important here. There we go. He baited that out. Nicely done from Set. Counter push coming from Set. Here he is behind on XP and HP. Ardera played in the pocket. Smite available to shut Ardera down. The spirit on Ardera keeps her alive just a little bit longer through that smite. But this is going to be a lot of face damage coming out on JF here. Remember, the shield's keeping everything healthier. And I think Set's going to take this game. JF hasn't lost a game yet today. This looks like it's going to be the first one. Set takes game number 2. It's 1 game all. JF's unbeaten run comes to an end. But it lasted well into the deep part of this event. Okay, JF taking the first game, but Morelia and Set and Empyrean and Ardera fighting back, making it 1 game all. Okay. Seeing JF take that first game, we were probably a little bit worried it might have been another whitewash, but not to be. Set puts a mark on the board. Nicely done. Okay. Suddenly it gets more interesting. So that's another master that's come and gone. Morelia for Set. Cannot be played. Remember PTR this weekend if you're interested in seeing the upcoming changes, the new cards for the next patch. Check it out. Ideally, get involved. Try the stuff out. Have your say. Let's try to keep it pleasant here, Darkrow. If he wants to use someone's deck against them, he's well within his rights to do so. I've got something sticky on my notepad. I think it's caramel. So, Set's dominated, sorry, KFC. JFC. JF. JF has dominated today, but he's lost his first game. Is that going to change anything? I don't know. Could do. Could play on his mind. Could give Set a bit of an advantage. Might not mean anything. GG. And I'm getting very excited. Seeing Set win 3 minutes ago. Okay, still a little bit of a delay here. I mean, he could try to go to mirror match, but then he's got to assume that his opponent's not going to change, right? So, you know, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. Right, here we go. Game 3. 1 game all.
Showtime!
Boo Boo thinks JF's going to pull out a rush deck.
The light is
Have a
my
look.
guide. What is yours?
Right, Valorian. Looks like another Empyrean deck. against Diona. Looks like another Empyrean deck. It looks like a very mirror deck match. Okay, those Legionnaires being a little bit of a meat shield. Oof. Okay, and there you see Morgrul's mark against Ardera. When Ardera's not aggroed on anything else, she mops those up. Without any trouble at all. Sorry, Mickey. I mean, you can try it on Monday. It was open yesterday, which was Friday. That's not a weekend. It's open on Monday, which is not a weekend. So, like, half the days it's open for are not a weekend. I'm like, I don't know what more you want. Right. Shield guard at the bottom, unsupported as of yet. Excuse me. Ardera not getting too much value at the top there. Does get a shield off, get a little bit more value. Not too much. Right, set ahead on XP. Goes for the Argus. Ardent Aegis. Just split my lips saying that. Okay, super nice trap there from Set, killing the Reboomer. This is going to be some face damage coming out on JF here. He will shut it down, but it will take a while. There's a lot of face damage coming out. 800 HP left. Health is a resource, as always, but it's not infinite. And Set gets a heal of his own to rub a little bit of the insult into injury. There is a smite here. Oh, the smite's misplayed. Doesn't kill the Ardera. Ardera does die, of course, eventually to the self-damage. It looked like it was a little bit of a mistake. So Set's in a bit of a situation here. Does he support the top? That shield is going to be huge, though, against the Reboomer. Needs to not take the damage himself. Oh, this is going to be too much. Is Set going to take the game here? Set's going to go 2-1 up. JF took the first game. It looked like he was going to go into cruise mode. Set is fighting back. Set 2 games to 1 up. He's got 1 foot in the final. JF been so dominant all day. These are only the 2 games that he's dropped today. The 2 matches, the 2 sets, the 2 games, I don't know, the 2 rounds. Who knows? But he has dominated, but currently his back is up against the wall. Both players playing a similar kind of deck, but Set really getting the best out of it. Did a good job at one point, did Set there with the trap to kill the Reboomer. That Reboomer could have really shut that push down. It didn't. He was able to do huge damage at that point. Nope. The PTR generally opens on a Friday, and normally they review the results on a Tuesday. Not sure what time on a Tuesday, so if you can get in on a Monday, you can definitely get involved. Tuesday, if it's super early, maybe. Renzo says, seen so much Empyrean today. Correct. Shield God of Light, Ardera has been everywhere. We've also seen Ardera cop in a few bans as well. And when she hasn't been banned, she's been fairly powerful. Not always. As always, but sometimes. Right, 2 games to 1. Set leading JF. Semi-final number 1. Then we've got Destroy and Dark Crow in the second semi-final. That is due to be played after this one. If you've just joined us, we are in the semi-final stage. First semi-final of Knight's Duel number 26. Which means there are only 4 players left. This event, of course, is sponsored by Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf. Big shout out to those guys for supporting the event, providing the prize pool, all that good stuff. Thanks for everyone that's involved. Participants, you guys at home. Anno is losing his fragile little mind in chat, screaming, "And this is why we believe!" Okay. A little bit more belief may be required here, though. Game number 4. Counting is hard.
Duel!
Setsu against Volko. Now, we do know Set has a habit of playing a deck over and over with different masters. So that makes him probably easier to predict than some others. Right. Kernaf doing a good job there. Morgul's Mark tanking as it needs to. Stun coming in. Shield gun going to get shut down. And that's a much better interaction from JF in that situation. Needs to be careful here. Always painful to see that Bannerman being used. Nice removal of the anti-air, because he knows that Volko can't hit that. And Set doesn't have a lot of answers to it. And those are the situations you have to take advantage of against masters with limited self-defense. Like in this situation here. We did a good job on that Kernaf, activating it while it was further away. Oh, Kernaf gets an activation just as he died. We didn't even see the visual of it. But Ardera felt it. And we know perk 3 Setsu's going to be all over Set's face. So he needs to be careful. He doesn't want to drop too low on HP. The stuns are kind of an issue for him here. Okay. That didn't quite work out. I think it was like a couple of misplays there from JF. He didn't keep the Jing alive, and then he also didn't get the Morgul's Mark to stop Setsu dying. So small XP lead for JF at the moment. Set has taken some reasonable face damage. Thanks for the raid, Sid. Good to have you here. That Bannerman played in the pocket with nothing always feels bad, but sometimes you have to. These decks that have these very strong synergies, sometimes you just give these weird, awkward opportunities. Right. That Shield God's going to struggle there because the Defenso is going to take a hit. Oh, and the Bannerman could have been actually used usefully there. Wasn't able to do it in time, whether that was didn't have the mana or just too late. Again, he needs to be careful here. He's going to have to deal with this Jing. He needs to be careful. He's going to get underneath it and get stunned. This is a mistake. I don't think he can keep it alive, though. Okay, if that Jing had stayed alive, that would have been amazing. We could kind of see it coming. And you've got to be so careful against the Jing like that. You try to kill it, and then you end up underneath it, and you get stunned, and it just feels bad, man. Okay, that Kernet's not going to do too much. The shield's in there. Got some JF fans in here. Right. Poke 3 JF, Poke 3 Setsu. That's going to help defend here. And we know as soon as this attack is over, that Setsu's going to be aggressive. I can't see how Set wins this. Either JF goes super aggressive and kills him on face, or he just plays defensive or control like this, and then Setsu just murders everything anyway. Exhibit A. Thanks for the hydrate. That was a misplay at the bottom there from JF. A couple of misplays we've seen. Now he's going face. And Set having to burn mana there because he had to wait to see where that Setsu was going to jump. He couldn't risk playing and ending up on that Setsu. Setsu's just going to cycle. Doesn't quite finish off, but it's very, very close. You would imagine that he will be able to close this out and bring this game back to 2 games all. Here comes the Setsu again. Not really many good answers in Set's deck. I feel like Set... I don't. I feel like he could have aggroed that off of face. Like in that situation, you don't want to play the Legionnaires around Setsu, because the chances are Setsu's going to hit face. You've got to play them both. I know you don't want to get them both hit, but you definitely don't want your face to get hit. Okay. Fighting back is JF, 2 games all. The chat in the chat about how strong Tjaenig is. One of the proposed changes in the PTR is that her traps will only do 50% damage to face. So they can still do 400 damage each if they're left uncontested, but that's a lot less if you check the numbers than 800. Okay, so Setsu is no longer playable. Tjaenig is not playable for... Okay, so JF took the first game. 2 games in a row for Dark Crow. Sorry, not for Dark Crow, for Set, sorry. But it's 2 games all. And as I mentioned before, Set really does have a habit of sticking to the same deck, which does make him a lot more straightforward to kind of guess. Than other players. So, is he going to stick? Is he going to twist? Let's find out. But that's I think that Setsu was basically just a counter deck to that. Once perk 3 Setsu was given, either go face, or as we saw, he could win through control. No, he doesn't get different perks. I misspoke. Perk 3 JF is the same as perk 3 anyone else. Okay, 2 games will win the semi-final. The winner will be into the grand final, where they will meet the winner of the other semi-final that we'll see after this. It's going to be Dark Crow against Destroy. Yep. As Anno says, in that last game, Set really had to win the game by perk 3 Setsu. Once that happened, Setsu just far too strong. There's many different discussions about Setsu. Should she be rebalanced? How should she be rebalanced? but nothing stuck so far. We've had some different interactions with her in the PTR, but nothing's been deemed good enough, successful enough to go through. Because of course, you know, she's kind of weaker early game, but real strong late game. You've got to try to pull some of that late game strength maybe to early game, something like that. Right, here we go.
Showtime!
Where's my screen? There you are. Right. Morelia. Also known as Milloween. This might be the same deck, or a similar deck. It's another spell, synergetic deck, but you would think not as strong as the Setsu version. Against Valoria. Now, interesting, Milloween is, in the PTR, a proposed 50 HP buff to the Golem. Right, this is going to be some face damage coming out. It will get cleared up, but it will be painful. Okay. Cycling the Shock Rock. Kind of awkward. There's some good, it's a good start for Set. Remember the Milloween Golem, Arcane Golem, no longer hits air. Only has a range of 4 instead of 8. So it's not the same beast, but it's a different kind of beast. He's trying to get the Ardent Argus off. It doesn't quite get off. I don't know if it would have saved her, but it would have definitely got those extra units. So that was a very close interaction. That worked out in JF's favour there. Strong XP lead for JF here. Vol says in the chat, I just like how JF is playing all sorts of stuff. Yes. The mark of a really top player is they can play sort of anything to a super high level. No disrespect to others. Not saying they can't. Some people choose not to. But this is a massive XP lead for JF here. Can't see Set flooring this back. Remember, when Milloween was changed, you know, so many people wrote her off to immediately just being dead. She is, from the looks of it, alive and kicking. Well, Lauren's going to be healing that Ardera. 1 HP Ardera? Oh, no heal. Perk 3 now, so those golems for JF are going to suddenly become twice as large. And we spoke about how Set's likely to play the same deck, just with a different master. That's what happened. And I think that predictability really does count against the player. He needs to be careful here. He's played underneath the Jing. And that could be terrifying. Okay, it does work out, just. Gets the heal. But the XP really is just devastating here for Set. This looks like JF booking his place in the grand final. He may have just been at the point where he said, well, you know, I've got a really good idea of what Set's going to play. I'm just going to play something that I think is going to be good against it. All those spells just so good at just shutting down that Ardera. Okay, the Argis does get off. This is a good looking kind of semi-push at the bottom there. It's going to get shut down by the Jing though. Like the stun from the Jing just murders it. Remember, the Jing doesn't do the... You can't do the instant stun on spawn and then disappear. We got that buff, that really bright Jing. Do you see that FDM? I'm not sure what causes that. There we go, perk 3. Jeff's going to close this game out. He's going to get into the grand final, where he'll play against either Dark Crow or Destroy. It's going to take a little while to finish this off, but there's no way that he can hold on here. I think ultimately that was probably Set's predictability that really counted against him. Set trying to hold on, but JF just whittling him down. Spell by spell, HP by HP, and then we see JF takes the game and the semi-final. He is into the grand final. Very well played to both of those players. Set really pushing him to the wire, but I think once Set was stuck in that set of decks, JF was able to pull out the counters to it. Take advantage. Sorry, I messed that score up. Okay, 3-2 to JF. Right, BRB. Right. Back. Oh, God. Ouch. Okay. Let's figure out what we're doing here. Right, so... Okay, so this is going to be Dark Crow against Destroy. This is semi-final number 2. The winner will play JF in the grand final. Right, bans are coming in. Some technical issues with Discord, but not mine. Mine's fine. Okay. Let me just sort the bans out. Right, so that's correct. Our score is correct. This is semi-final number 2. Right, where is our... Okay, so... Oh, let me set up the prediction whilst I remember. Because I've been so on top of that before. Right, choose outcome, JF. Yes, yes. Right, so next prediction is going to be... Who will win? Dark Crow or Destroy? Right, there we go. Right. Okay, a little bit of confusion here. Thanks for the bits, Pillow Pants. Okay, so... Dark Crow has banned Morelia. Sorry, it's in a weird order on the screen. Dark Crow has banned Morelia. Morgrel's Mark and Shield Guard of Light. Yep. And then Destroy is banning also Morelia. Also Morgul's Mark. And Zips Zappinator. Right, so Dark Crow, check. Destroy, check. Okay, I'm ready. Right, so no Morelias. Remember, if you missed any of it, it will be up on YouTube tomorrow. Links available somewhere. Baddest Fish 80 everywhere. Dark Crow versus Destroy. Right. Phew. We are about to go in to a thing. Oh, I just thought about a thing that I would like to remind someone about a thing. Play Marvel Snap. Yeah, I kind of liked that for a while. You do not need to be here for the reverie, for the giveaway, sorry. Okay. I think everything's ready. Dark Crow's in the menu. Destroy deck building. Oh, let's take a moment. It's been a great one so far. So we've got Dark Crow against Destroy. This is semi-final number 2. JF beat Set by 3 games to 2 in the first semi-final, so JF is in the grand final, awaiting the winner of this best of 5 here. Okay. Players dragging their feet a little bit. You think they'd be ready to go, but of course, you know, they've got to react to the bans. They didn't ban ahead of time like they normally do. So, give them a moment to react as appropriate, whether they're going to play something else or swap some cards in and out of their decks. Feels so humid. 28 degrees in my bedroom. And humidity is rated at 84%. I think that was earlier. Now it's 72%, dropping a little bit as it gets colder. Right. What are we waiting for? I don't know. Let's go and yell at someone. Yes, all the information should be available in the brackets. You can see all the matches that happened so far, the standings from the Swiss rounds, the top 8, so on and so forth. Right, here we go. We made it. Thanks for your patience. Here we go. Mana Chasers. Haven't seen too many of them. I don't think you've seen any of them today. Okay. Right, so scrap-based Diona for Dark Crow. And Destroy is looks like a Slither deck, but we haven't seen too much Slither yet. He's got a Harbinger in there. The last time I can remember seeing a Harbinger, well, the last time I can remember, but I don't think it's the last time. Dragon played some good Harbinger stuff. It's not a card we see too often. So he has Herald Armoon in there, and the Harbinger to follow up. Nice chain, doing as much as it really could. Drink Coca-Cola, yes. Although Pepsi is my favourite. I'm a confusing person. Right. Here comes a push. Okay, that defensive chopper really shuts down the Battle Monkey, but it's not going to be too good against the Mana Chasers. They're doing a great job here. One of them gets aggro, but they're not going to do enough to kill the Rect. And the counter push begins. XP ahead for Dark Crow. Artillery does really hurt. Oh, the Rect is aggroed on the Harbinger. Yeah, that's the problem with the Harbinger. Sometimes it can just get shut down like that. The Artillery didn't kill it, but the Rect is really good at getting into the stuff in the pocket there. It's going to be a difficult one. That little Swarmer surviving to grab a bridge was fairly lucky. This push is not over yet. That's a lot of damage, both in terms of XP and HP. Ruffles picked up some mana there, but I think it may have, at least one of them may have got burned. Destroy would look like he was almost topped off. Yeah, Sinobii does like some Marble Snap. Not sure if he's still playing it. Last time we saw him streaming, he definitely was. Right, that's going to be a big slap on those Blood Imps. Oof. That's a big chunk of HP. He would like this to aggro across. Oof. Playing across there on the Scotty. He knows the Scotty's going to get kind of shut down. Doesn't even kill. Oh my god. Scotty saw the Ruffles and then thought, that's a cute dog. And sat down to pet it and then died. Ruffles got a heal in the meantime. Right. Can Destroy start to change the tide of things here? The Harbinger again, but the Scriteri is going to really hurt it, and then Wreck just does what Wreck does. The power to jump and kill defensive things in the pocket there is so powerful. Okay, Dark Crow looking in a decent position here. Chain Lightning just murdering everything. Herald not really doing too much, just killing some Scrats. One Punch Blast. Oh, it gets blocked by the trap! I don't know if he meant that or not, but it was really nicely done. The Herald lives to fight another day, but what can it achieve? There's the res. It's going to get another hit or two off. Destroy fighting to the very end there. Remember, that was because of that trap block on the One Punch Blast. All this Monkey's not going to have a good time here. Might just survive to get a few hits off. Scritillery comes in to clear the support. Cleaver's still alive. Cleaver's still alive! Oh, good last minute stop there with the trap. The taunt trap takes a little while to appear, so you do have to be careful with it. Destroy's really going for it here. That trap on face. 95 HP. And Darkrow looked in control, but my goodness, is Destroy really making him work for this. Needs to be careful of the one-punch blast here. There it is. He jumped, and that was ultimately incredibly close at the end there. I think the biggest issue for Destroy was just he was able to get basically no value from the Harbinger. Like, did he need to make a decision to stop playing it? It was just so difficult. Right, Darkrow. And that just goes to show how every hit point is important, how close things can be at the end there. Wow. And Destroy really didn't look like he was in the game, and then suddenly he was in the game. Right. 1-0 to Darkrow. This is the semi-final. This is best of 5. So there's still a lot to go. Money says tournament's still not over. No! It's semi-final time. Second semi-final. We still have the grand final to go. Remember, if you've missed any of the action, it will be up on YouTube tomorrow. Make sure you drop a subscription. Get that bell on. Don't miss any Minion Masters news. There's also a video up there from earlier today about the PTR, the proposed changes. So if you want to see them and consider getting involved, you can do. Okay. It is warm. I don't like it. Okay, so that was really a game that looked like Darkrow was in control, but goodness me, did he have to play correctly at the end there to just survive. But survive he did. He took the first game in this best of 5. Let's see if Destroy can fight back. Okay, Darkrow in the menu. Destroy deck building. We've seen JF previously play many different decks. We've seen Set play very similar decks. Let's see what these guys pull out. Harbinger. Barely know her. Yeah, I wonder if Destroy needed to make the decision to not play the Harbinger anymore after it completely got shut down, or play it to support any of the pushes that he had. But yeah, he was kind of unfortunate because Wrecked, as we mentioned, so good at getting into the corners and clearing out the pockets. So maybe Destroy will try it again. Or maybe he won't. It's 50-50, right? It either happens or it doesn't. Just a reminder that both players did ban Morelia. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Not sure what's going on here. Okay, come on, we can do it. Let's get a game. Right. Here we go. Game number 2.
And we're off.
King Puff, first King Puff we've seen today, I think. Against Volko. Now, Destroy did play Volko against Flint, but I think that was in the game that didn't really happen, so we never really got to see it. Right, so this is going to be Brothers of Light. Okay, nice bridge switch there. Really well done. Scotty murdering everything. That's super nicely played by Dark Crow. Scotty comes out almost unscathed. Blood Imps, of course, giving themselves for the cause. Okay, so the brothers are revealed. Small XP lead for Dark Crow here. Okay, Scrutillery doesn't really clear as much as he wanted. Does end up with one bridge though. Musketeer's going to help out a lot. Okay. And we know Dark Crow loves these Blood Imps. He needs to be super careful not to overuse them, as we've seen in the past. Oh, it's going to be frustrating that that one dies. He is ahead on XP though, so we don't really have to commit too much to grab these bridges. Right. Spear throwers. Trading spears, bringing gifts. Oof, Grenadier just survives. Mana burn for Dark Crow, waiting to see where his opponent commits to. Okay, bridge switch. Ooh, Scotty's just surviving that. Okay, here comes the Scrutillery. Doesn't quite clear everything, but of course they will die to that self-damage. Brothers will clear this, but the Musketeer is going to be a bit of an issue. The Snake Druid is going to be a bit of an annoyance. Okay, bridge switch. Kind of baited the bridge switch a little bit. Well, the bridge burn. Bridge burn wasn't where it needed to be. Okay, perk 3. This is where King Puff can really start to get those Night Puffs out if possible. But of course, Volko with that Berserker Rage, if they get there, could change things. Right, what have we got? 2 seconds to the bridge switch. Here it comes. Got to cycle, get it out. Okay, there we see Night Puffs with the shield. Has Destroyer just given up? No. Looked like he was burning some mana there. I think he was maybe waiting for the Snake Druid to aggro on face. I think that cross was because the flyby picked up a buff. Oof, look how much damage that does in one hit. Oof. Okay. Still think it's looking good. The Musketeer's going to jump back, is he? Onto the bridge, is he? Okay, bridge switch, but not really generating any Night Puffs. But it looks like it's going to work out okay. Pretty savage XP lead for Dark Crow here. Bridge switch is coming, but there's not too much that can help him out. Could have maybe switched to generate some Night Puffs there, but can more reliably do it now. Okay, he needs to really be careful with those Blood Imps. Look how much damage one Blood Imp getting hit by that Berserker Rage brother does. You need to know when to stop with those Blood Imps. Okay. Decent impetus. Dark Crow closing in on Mana Frenzy though. That's going to be what he needs to close this match out. Okay, Mana Frenzy now for Dark Crow. Destroy defending. We've seen how close it was in the last game. Really going to be able to put the pressure on now. He's going to spawn the brothers, but that means he's going to have no bridge presence for a little bit. I think Destroy's only chance here is if Dark Crow spawns the Blood Imps for whatever reason. Lens Brew getting some good value out of that. That's the free spell he picked up from his perk 2. Scotty survives. Gets a little hit on face. Destroy doing a good job defending, but it's inevitable. Okay, Dark Crow's going to take this 2-0. He is in the lead. Best of 5, so he still does need to take another game to close it out. Trying to hear if it's raining or not. Right, 2-0. That one Berserker brother hitting the Blood Imp is fairly terrifying. It's raining. Lovely. Drink Coca-Cola. I've had this t-shirt for so long. But I love it. Okay. Right. 2-0. Darkrai needs one more. Game to get into the grand final. Destroy needs to start his fight back right now. $15 free rubies in the shop. Both players are in the menu. Not anymore. Darkray's back in deck building. It was so close. We were almost there, but not quite. Excuse me? Yes, Sid Jab's in the final. Darkray's got 1 foot in there, maybe 2 feet. Just waiting to see if we can get that 3rd foot in there. I always drink Pepsi Max. I do have a Pepsi Max t-shirt as well somewhere. Might be in the wash. Sag. Right. Tibbs likes to likes to troll a lot with nonsense. So take that with a pinch of salt with everything he says. God, these delay between the games are killing me. I'm pretty sure every big company does dodgy shit. Well, the good news is, when I put the VOD up on YouTube, you'll be able to... Glenn's Brew. You'll be able to just skip through to the matches with those timestamps. No downtime, unless you like the downtime, I don't know.
Get ready. The fight is on.
I am
Right.
the light.
Lorian. Shield Captain of Vaya. Milloween, brother. Brotherween. Cheeseween. Okay. We saw Set play Avea earlier, but really struggled to get the activations. Didn't even get her activated at all. Got 3. There's 1 already. Destroy not really sure what to play here. It feels like he's burning an inordinate amount of mana in that situation. That's got to be 2. Is that the second one? Or was that the third one? I don't know. It seemed too soon to be the third, but too late to be the second. Right, spirits, probably. He's going to get the spirits, and then his golem out. Oh, that's a big beam. That's a big beam. Oh, Darkrow has the answers here. The beam. The Snake Druid's going to do a great job as well. But I mean, this is holding up. He's getting XP here. Yeah, you got a shout out by me telling everyone you're an idiot. Right, this is a lot of damage. Darkrow looked like he had the tools to shut this down. Right. He's probably thinking, I don't want to play the Blood Imps here.
And thus the shadows seem far
There's the
less.
beam. Oh, he's going to play the Blood Imps, I think. Oh, he goes for no activation on the Avea. She gets the activation, but it was nothing to pick up the shield. It doesn't count. He's unlikely to survive for the next one. Not the most amazing hypnotize, since the golem can't attack air, so just ignores it. Okay, so both players done some decent face damage, and XP's about the same. Okay, so Avea's on 3 activations, so I think he did get... I think he did get 3 activations on their first Avea. He just didn't get any on the second Avea. That was kind of weird. But he gets to get another one here. That beam against the brothers. So valuable. Destroy needs to get those brothers to split. But even if he splits them, one's going to be supported by the golem, and that's still going to be a good beam target. I always remember beaming Carlin's brothers. Good times. Okay, so Avea is activated. He is ahead, plus he's got the activation now. Is that going to really allow him to close the game out? Oh, there we see the beam again. Not sure. Destroy may have stopped playing, I'm not sure. AFK bots kicked in. I don't know if that's correct or not. Okay. Darkrow closes that out. And the beam against the brothers was just basically GG. Okay. 3-0 to Darkrow. That means we know our grand finalists. Darkrow against JF. GG. Right, very well played to Darkrow, very well played to Destroy. Getting through to the last 4, but now 2 remain. And we saw Darkrow drop a couple of games against Set, which were the first games he dropped, but he still hasn't lost a match yet today. And that may continue. Okay. Right, so is this locked in? Yeah, it is tough to remember the cycle and the counters when you're tired, that's for sure. Right, so... Right, so JF against Dark Crow is going to be the last match of the day, the grand final. So we just need to get the bans in. Okay. Right. It's raining like hell. Okay, so we're just waiting for that to be confirmed. Right. Dark Crow wants to ban JF. That is not an option. Okay. Right. Dark Crow against JF. That is our grand final. Now, let's see. We're just waiting for that game to pop up on the site. Okay, this just needs to be confirmed. Okay. Right, there we go. Just needed that last match to confirm, and then it generates this. Right, so we're waiting. It's JF against Dark Crow. We're waiting for the players to check in on the site to confirm they are there. Then we need their bans, of course. Okay, JF is checked in. We're waiting for Dark Crow to check in. So maybe having a little bit of downtime now. Just let me remind you about the PTR. The PTR is, of course, on this weekend. Started yesterday, ends... let's say ends Monday, but all of Monday is included. If you want to get involved, join the Minion Masters Discord and give yourself the tester role. Follow the instructions. Is it MM Discord? Maybe. There we go. Okay. Do a little Discord announcement. If anyone wants to come in. Okay, so we've got the bans from one player, we're just waiting on the bans from the other player, and then once we have those, we'll crank them into the system, and then we can move on. Oh, we can start the prediction, right? I keep forgetting about those. So Dark Crow won this one, bam, bam. And then we can start a new one. So, who will be the champion? Okay, JF or Dark Crow. Okay. Should be a new prediction open. Right, bans are in. Bans are in. Bans are in. Right, so what have we got? So, JF. Sheesh. Sheesh. Right. JF bans wrecked. Scratillery. And, of course, Morgrel's Mark. And opposing him is Dark Crow, has also banned wrecked. Morgrel's Mark. And Shield Guard of Light. So no Avea bans for the final. Does that mean we'll see Avea? No idea, but we will find out. So no wrecked for either players. So let's make sure we reflect that. Reflect, wrecked. Okay, so that should mean that I am almost ready. And then it becomes someone else's fault for delaying things. Okay, looks like Dark Crow's just logging on. There we go. Okay, double check that. Okay. Ready. Right. Guys, it's almost the start of the grand final. It's JF who's been dominated all day against Dark Crow. Have they played yet today? Unsure. I've seen so many games today. Lost it. Let's have a look. He did play Dark Crow. He beat Dark Crow 2-0 in the 5th and final Swiss round. Both wins with both JF wins with Diona against Morelia. See, oh, you can't bet there, Destroy. Yikes. Oh yeah, if you don't see the betting, it might be down to local restrictions. Some countries don't allow fun. Or gambling in any way. Probably acceptable. Okay, so hopefully the players have been given the go-ahead. Both still deck building. Because fish flakes are serious business. Hey, they're fish hats. And they are serious business. Thank you for appreciating that. At least someone understands. Don't get confused. Fish pellets are different to fish flakes, which are different to fish hats. Multi-currencies make everyone's life easy as hell. Right, the players should have been given the go-ahead. Which means we're just waiting for them to go. Good luck. Have fun. I feel like we've been waiting a lot today for players. Hopefully they were doing something important while they were making us wait. Right. Both players still deck building. Last minute decisions, maybe flipping a coin, deciding what to play. They will no doubt have been following the stream to get whatever kind of information they can against each other. They probably have played each other a lot this season on the ladder, I would imagine. So it looks like everyone is going for JF. Well, not everyone, but the majority. It does say 20 on Dark Crow, but that says Science voted for 20. Looks like 2 people going for Dark Crow. 6 for JF. Who will be the champion? Have your say. The return ratio, if you voted on JF, is 1 to 1. The return ratio, if you voted on Dark Crow, is 1 to 4,720. Okay, this is a delay. Both players in the menu. I feel like the fish flake system just kind of died. Like, it used to record flakes and hours and stuff, and then it stopped working. Okay, it's grand final time. It's been a wait, but hopefully it was worth waiting for. Right, here we go. Diona against Morelia. Scotty, we've seen so much today. Azali, we haven't seen too much of. Darkrow's going for some Azali business. Okay, we've seen how well the Impetus handles with the Reboomer multiple times today. Jules did it a lot, JF doing it also. Right. Let's Gorex Gate. Those will have blood pack. You can tell that. They're absolutely drizzling blood everywhere. Right. Here comes Azali. The sheer number of skeletons kind of overrunning everything there. Assassin, raged, gets huge damage. Right, here comes the boomer. Oof. Oh, look at that play from JF. Not only did he keep the assassin alive, he kept the bridge. Super well played. Impetus Blast is such a strong card in the hands of a very good player. Okay, he's going to be frustrated there that they didn't split. A lot of DPS going to come out from those whelps. The shield really does help. For a while at least. It's going to be a lot of damage though from those, well, those pebbles, but they unfortunately got shredded. But that trap's still going, and that raged flame imp. I think it's a fire imp, but it's the same kind of thing. Okay, so very close. Perk 3 Morelia, of course, going to have the dragon. Is that going to change things? I don't scam. I can't scam you. I have no interaction with channel points. Cannot give or take. The system just... You just interact with the system. Right, the cleaver. Lovely trap though there. Just in time. Takes the hit from the cleaver. Scotty gets a lot of damage out as well. That was really well played from JF. Good reaction times. Right, so still very close on XP. That assassin again, just getting kill after kill. Darkrow knows about the Impetus Blast, so he wants to make sure that he plays the Reboomer in a way that the Impetus Blast can't just deny it, if possible. Okay, lots of shields popping off. Remember, only ground units do get the shields. That Fire Imp, though, is going to shred perk 3 for Dark Crow though, so he's ahead on XP at the moment. Does have his dragon available. Really wants to try to get some good value out of that if he can. It's a one-time only thing. There it comes. Okay, it kills the flame imp before it gets a throw off, so that's nice. Spirit drops on the dragon as well. So it's going to be very important how Dark Crow deals with this dragon. Scotty's going to DPS it. I think he's done a great job, has he, with that dragon. It's held on the bridge for a while, but Scotty absolutely murders it. Super well played. Again, using the Impetus Blast. JF doing a great job with that. But Dark Crow does have a small XP lead. But of course, Morelia effectively doesn't have a perk 3 now. That dragon's come and gone. This is quite a big push. Lots of things. The Assassin's gone down in there. Reboomer does pop, but he's having to defend, use his traps defensively. And that means that XP is in Dark Crow's favor here. 20 XP ahead. Still doing damage at the other end. Those whelps really shredding. HP is not really the thing right now. XP is crucial. Right. Trying to get some value with the Impetus. Splits up. The Reboomer does a good job with that. Shuts it down with the trap, but that's quite expensive to deal with that. Dark Crow does need to be careful. He is using the gate, so the units that come out do have the Blood Pact, which will hurt him. He can heal. And he needs to watch out for that Flame Imp, for that Flame Imp will do a lot of damage. He's almost at Mana Frenzy. Can Dark Crow strike first in this grand final? It's very, very close. He is at Mana Frenzy. Can he really set the bridges up for him? Nice Impetus Blast again on the Reboomer. Dark Crow does have Mana Frenzy, but isn't able to get the bridges. The top's going to get cleared by the Rocket Scrat. Okay, there's more Blood Pact damage coming out. Right, JF doing a great job to hold on here, but you would think that Dark Crow's done enough. He needs to not use that Gorex gate though. He gets the heal. That's probably the nail in the coffin there. But JF looks like Dark Crow's going to strike first. Just needs to close this out. Just do not use the gate. Okay, the Reboomer gets a pop. JF did such a good job for most of the match dealing with the Reboomer. Now he's going to struggle since the Mana Frenzy for Dark Crow. It was really well played by JF. Another heal coming in. JF doing a good job holding on. Can he? I would imagine no, but he did a good job holding on. Okay, Dark Crow strikes first. Best of 5, Dark Crow takes the first game. But if you are struggling to deal with a Reboomer, watch that replay. Watch the VOD, see how JF dealt with it. He dealt with it so well on so many occasions with the Impetus Blast. And it really did keep him in the game. He also did a super good job dealing with the with Nerzl as well. Nerzl just shredded it. It did hold the bottom bridge. I think the bottom bridge was probably neutral for the whole time. Not sure if Scotty was on the bridge or not. But Scotty just murdered that dragon. The Taunt Trap, beautifully played. The Impetus Blast to keep the Reboomer again away from Scotty, so Scotty could still shred the dragon. Nicely done. I think JF played that matchup as well as he could. Ultimately, it just didn't work out. And Dark Crow made the correct decision to stop playing the Gorex Gate Blood Pact unit, when he was very low. We've seen Dark Crow kind of make that mistake before with Blood Pact, with Blood Imps. Not this time. Right. 1-0. Game on. Right, so that means Dark Crow can't play Morelia anymore. Also, Rect is off of the table. Yep, he did play the gate one time when he was real low HP. I think it was the Flying Whelps. Didn't really have JF didn't really have a good way to punish it, but it was definitely looking pretty scary there. Right, game 2. Can JF fight back? We've seen him dominate the leaderboard this season with Ratbo. We've seen him win a number of games today with Ratbo. But he's up against another Ratbo. Very differing types of Ratbos. One of the proposed changes in the PTR is to the Bounceberry Flingers. Go check it out. I know I mention it a lot, but it's really important for people to know that it exists and for you guys to take the opportunity to get involved. Right. Trying to get this Reconator to explode, and it does. Kills everything. Ratbo's auto attack is, you know, as we know, kind of not amazing. Okay. Zip in the pocket. How does he deal with the zip? He does have the breath, which can help, but of course you still need the DPS to get through it. Oof, okay. I'm not sure about that, because that Defenso just got absolutely obliterated. And he has done some damage to that, but he is holding it on the bridge. And he does have to wait for it to get through before he can kill it. The Rocket Scrat gets absolutely destroyed. All this time, Dark Crow's holding the bridges. And also a Reconator is pushing on his face. So we know he's... Oh, Scotty's going to go down. I think there was a misplay from JF there. Scotty was too close to the front of the Reconators. Was getting DPS down with it. Daka comes in. Not amazing, but does kill something. Or that one last shot not quite killing the Annihilator. With some good interactions with Dark Crow so far. Okay, use the Daka. Remember, you want to get some value out of the Daka. You don't just want to hold on to it the whole time. Unless there's one super good target in your opponent's deck that they're clearly holding on, waiting for the Daka to go. Okay. Zapinator survives, just Reconator there. Okay, so JF really wants to nail a Daka on this Reconator if he can. He's struggled to deal with it efficiently so far on a couple of occasions. Pimps has been really helpful. Reconator, sorry, the Annihilator hiding down there in the corner. He does have a Daka coming up, but it's not going to be that big. Okay, but it's enough. Right, Dark Crow's still got a small lead. Those bats are annoying because it makes it real difficult to get the Daka on what he wants it on. Okay, that's going to be a decent Daka. Scrat Swarm coming in. It's the Swarm, but not the actual Swarm buff. OMG's alive, let's go! Good job, buddy. Congratulations. Isn't it normally every 6 months? It's a bit early. Right, perk 3 for Dark Crow. He's going to get extra scrats. Nice clear of that in the pocket. Okay, both players are going to have their finger on the Daka trigger. Oh, he did it too early. That's a misplay from JF. He wanted that Daka on the zip at the top or the Reconator at the bottom. He got the barrel scrat instead. Super easy to do that if something takes a little bit longer to die than you expect. Good job, OMG. Or more face damage there. XP equalizing. Those bounce reflingers doing a good job clearing the scrat horde. Right, Reconator's out. A little bit stunned. So again, he's going to be looking for the Daka, but he doesn't have the Daka available. It's coming soon. Going to be his next card. This is going to be a massive Daka. That could be huge. He struggled with the Reconator. That's the target he needs. Right. 2 Chismas up, though. Does a great job to save that bottom one. It's difficult to save them against the bounce freeze. That's a good Daka as well. Both players fighting back with the Dakas. Okay, that breath's going to be important, though. Oh, the zip just survives. JF eking a bit of an XP lead here. The zip really not doing a great job. There's no big targets for it to shred, whereas JF has these little bounce spree flingers that are absolutely murdering the horde. Right, is JF going to bring this back to 1 game all? We're probably going to see a massive Daka here. This one is timed perfectly. And that's going to be just about all she wrote. Dark Crow looked to be in control, but from perk 3 onwards, despite them having the same perks, JF seems to be able to get the better of the interactions. And Zip really hasn't been able to assert their dominance on this match at all. Okay, it's game on here. It's going to be 1 game all in the grand final. JF takes game number 2. But we know JF has been really enjoying playing Ratbo recently, but that means he's not going to be able to play Ratbo anymore in this event. Conquest rules prevent it. Right, Dark Crow strikes first with Morelia. JF strikes back with Ratbo. Who's going to strike next? We'll find out together. I would have said the chances of seeing a Ratbo mirror match was fairly slim, but we saw it. Have we seen all the Masters today? Valorian, Morelia, Diona, Rekt, Milloween, Setsu, Apep, King Puff, Ratbo, Ravager, Mordor, Volko. I don't think we've seen a Stormbringer, have we? Don't think we've seen a Stormbringer yet. Unless I am mistaken, but I don't think I am. But still, we've seen almost all of them, which is always good. But there is still time. We may see a Stormbringer in this grand final. There's still some to play for. Okay. To remind you of the bans again. So, no Morgrel's Mark. We've seen it a lot today. We've seen it banned a lot today. But it's been banned by both players in the grand final. Both of them clearly appreciating how strong it is. Right. Deck building for Dark Crow. Deck building for JF. Yeah, there's some real good Dackers in that game. There was also some bad Dackers as well. At least one of them. But that's easy done when you're trying to thread the needle with the unit dying before the targeting re-switches. It's easy done, but the difference between getting the target of choice and not can sometimes be truly unimaginable. GG. Okay, Dark Crow in the menu. JF is deck building. What are they doing? Just wasting everyone's time? Hopefully not. Science says I want to see this go 2-2. You might do. We're halfway there. Right. No, I don't remember seeing Stormbringer either. Okay. Players are taking ages.
Red corner, are you
Right,
ready?
here we go.
Blue corner, are you ready? Let the fun begin.
Setsu against Stormbringer. Wow, I said we hadn't seen one. Now we do. Let's see how this works out. We saw how dominant the Setsu was against Set's Empyrean pushes. So Dark Crow is really struggling to get value out of these, out of the zip. Playing it in a lot of his decks. The last game really didn't help him too much against all the scrats. There was a few occasions where it did, but not too much. And then here, again, nice shock rock comes in, zip goes down, kills the scrats. Good start from JF. Right, he's going to push on the Prowler. He's trying to stop, and he's done actually a great job there, Dark Crow. He was trying to stop the Kerner being able to activate. Or the stun, though. The stun could re-aggro Setsu onto the Prowler. Okay, it did, but it didn't quite do enough hits. That was close. Little things. His next Prowler's up. That's fast. Setsu's going to jump on it. It can be aggroed. Okay. Right. I mean, he couldn't save it, but JF had to commit quite a lot to it. And now the counter push. Jing, not quite available yet. Scotty's going to put a big shift in here. This is a lot of face damage coming out. Well, Zip kills the Jing. That could be really important. This push is still going. I wouldn't hate there being a time limit for the players, to be honest. Some of them really do take the mickey. Right. Prowler trying to spawn. Oof. JF is low HP, needs to be careful. Darkrow's taking a lot of damage as well, and of course, Setsu's going to want to jump on face. But Darkrow needs to try to close by that point if he can do. Shock Rock comes in. Nicely done. Prowler's still alive, but stunned. Right, next Prowler's coming up. Needs to be careful here. This is going to be more face damage on JF. He can't deal with his Prowler. He's going to stun it, but he's going to be dead by the time that stun comes back. Darkrow 2-1. A minute's probably too short, but some time limit might be appropriate. Right, 2 games to 1. Okay. GG. Okay, so there is a rule that says the players should be starting each match within 3 to 5 minutes. And if they don't, they could be punished. But I don't think we punished anyone yet. But it's there if necessary. You know, we want to give players the appropriate amount of time to do what they need to do. It's we've got a show to get on. Right. 2-1. Darkrow. Darkrow was on a little bit of a timer there. He was kind of low HP-ish. And of course, Setsu is going to smell blood in the water when they get to perk 3 at that point. Okay. 2-1. Things are getting interesting. So, JF dominated the event. If you just joined us, this is Knight's Duel number 26, Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf. We've had 5 Swiss rounds. We've had a top 8 shootout. We're on the grand final. Now, JF got through the top. He got through the Swiss rounds without losing a single game. I think he got all the way to the top 4 without losing a single game. Lost a couple of games to Set, and has now lost a couple to Darkrow. So dominated early on, struggling a little bit more in the latter stages, but still game on. Right. And it continues. So Darkrow is 1 game away from closing out the grand final and being the champion again. JF needs to win the next 2 games. And it's interesting that we talked about not seeing any Stormbringers before, and immediately the next game is a Stormbringer, and a Stormbringer win. Yep, it is very late for these guys in China and Taiwan. Yeah, I would be a nightmare with the way that I name my decks. Trying to find the right deck that I want to play. I have some good names. Strong Pep, and Good Pep. Memphisto. Fun Pep. Reboomer. Thanks for the sub, Russian Bear. 2v2 Strong. Good Puff. To name but a few. Right, here we go. Yeah! Let's go. Game number 4. Can JF fight for his life? Or can Dark Crow close this out? Apep. Avea. Against King Puff. Now, King Puff could potentially be good against Avea with being able to stun her so she can't get the activations. Of course, again, the Defenso as well, shutting that down. So there's going to be one Avea activation for that first cycle. And we know every cycle that you don't have the activated Avea is kind of painful. Bridge neutral at the bottom. Rocket Scrat can't take the bridge with its second jump. Right, that's activation number 2. There's a lot of stuns in the air. The Defenso, the Stun Lancers, the Bridge Switch. That's not going to be a good time for Avea. But it's still pretty damn close. Okay, there's the Bridge Switch. And Scotty, we've seen in almost every game today. I don't know what you're talking about with the Juice Sucker 3000. It's nothing to do with me. Right. So, I lost count of the Avea's activations. We'll see when it comes back around. It's either 2 or 3. I can't remember if they got one at the bottom or not. Probably did. It's probably 3, but I'm not 100% sure. This is going to be a little bit scary. Those Night Puffs from perk 2 could be useful. That poison is so good against the aimbot, even if it's got a shield on it. Okay, so that's 3. I'm not sure if that's an aimbot or a drone walker. Okay, so we should get activated Avea after this. Right. There we go. Avea's going to be activated next. Nice little bridge grab at the top there with the Blood Imps. I think this is going okay for JF. Didn't get Avea out as quickly as possible, but once he does, I think he'll get some good presents. Not like presents gifts, like board presents. Okay. Dark Crow looking for that perk 3 bridge switch, Night Puff generation. Hey, Dark Crow. That Avea not really getting too much value, but the next one is here. This is going to be difficult. The bridge switch, but without any Night Puffs, is always going to be kind of painful. very difficult. Darkrow having to manage a lot here. Trying to keep alive at the top. Doesn't get it. Or does he? Or he might do. Okay, the Prowler spawns. He does a good job. The free Impulse Blast helping out there. Next bridge switch is 8 seconds away. You can really feel how that Avea activation really changed things. And this looks like JF's going to bring this game back to 2 games all. Can't see a way that Darkrow could hold on here as soon as that activation hit. Right. 2-2. Science wished and hoped it would go to 2-2. Your wish has been granted. 2-2. The grand final is going down to a decider. Take a breath. It's about to get serious. Thanks, West. Who is going to get the all-important game number 3 and be the champion? Is JF going to make it 2 in a row in this best of 5, or is Darkrow going to fight back again? Darkrow has not been behind in this series yet. JF has not been in front. But that could all change. Doesn't matter who scores first. It matters who scores last. I wasn't rude to his strategy. I just said it could count against him. If you play the same deck with just different masters, then it gives your opponents a good idea of what you're going to play, and then they can potentially counter you. I wasn't being rude. Right. Let the wait-in commence. Still says 1-1 on the website because players haven't reported it. Right, game 3. Darkrow won that. Yep, it is late where both these players are. Very late. And we're over 6 hours into the event as well. So a long day for the players. Lots of gameplay. Fatigue could definitely set in. I know at the end of my streams I make way more mistakes. I mean, I make mistakes. It's going down to the decider. Yes, of course we know the players. JF and Darkrow, very experienced players. Darkrow, we've seen a lot in events recently. JF, not so much, but JF been dominating the leaderboard. But not dominating this match. 2-2, balanced on a night edge. What's for supper tonight? I don't know yet. At this point, I would eat almost anything. Almost. Right. Both players still deck building. We didn't see any Demon Warrior today. Which I was hoping we would, but obviously not quite as good as maybe some other strats. Maybe not tournament strong. Okay. The waiting continues. Big decision to be made, though. It could really change the outcome of this game. Both players really taking their time, thinking about it. They are really taking their time. Or they're just AFK, who knows? Right. At least the website's up to date now. 2-2. Jelly babies last time, yeah. Not this time, but now I want them. Stay hydrated, folks. It's hot out there. It's probably not hot outside, it's just hot inside. As you can see, it's getting dark here in London. 21 degrees outside! Celsius, of course. 85% humidity. Ah, let me sweat. Oh, VideoGamer played Demon Warrior, did he? How did that work out? Hey, smart dog, good to see you. Just in time for the last game of the last game. It's 2-2 in the grand final. One match to go. Hopefully both players haven't fallen asleep in their chairs. That would be awkward. Demon boy. It's a girl. Demon girl. Sheesh. JF in the menu. Dark Crow deck building. The wait continues. They're both in the menu. This could be it. This could be it. I don't want to promise it, but it could be. Oh, Darkrow's back deck builder. Oh, he's back in the menu. Oh, he's teasing us. Oh, here we go. This is it. The final game of the final match of the final game of the final round of the final set. JF against Darkrow. 2-2, best of 5, winner takes all. Diona against King Puff. Valorian KP. Not Valorian KP. What? That doesn't even make any sense. Empyrean KP. What I said. Here comes the breath. Remember, the breath does 3 things, but it does do true damage, so the freeze does not save them. The taunt trap was misplayed, a little bit too far away. Didn't actually help out, but it's going to help out in the end here. That seemed a weird play by Darkrow, just throwing that away. Emergency jelly beans. Right, the pebble again in action. We've seen that a few times. My bridges belong to JF. So does the XP lead, but it is slight. Okay, JF was ready for that. Doesn't get bamboozled by the unexpected bridge switch. Trap's going to be good here. Trap did a great job. Okay, Shroomer comes out, immediately splits. Or can he knock this back? No, the knockback won't happen unless he takes the damage. Ooh, Ardera's alive. The bridge switch. Okay, what could we get done here? Right, Ardera pops. Shields and rages. Oh, that's an extra shield as well. Nice bit of avalanche. Is he going to get to face? I mean, it's not really going to be that big a deal, but it does stay alive. The shield keeping alive a little bit longer. With the counter push here. JF already having an XP lead. Is going to get a bit of a bigger lead now. Yeah, we very rarely have AC in the EU. In the UK, I should say. Or Europe, just in general. Especially not sort of Northern Europe. Maybe if you're in Spain or the south of France or something, you might do. Right, Ardera does pop. But if you get too much value, just keep those alive for a little bit longer. Right, JF getting an XP lead here. Darkrow seems to be falling behind on XP, not able to clear stuff quickly enough. The Ardera strats not working out too well. These traps are going to help here. Chain Lightning deployed to assist. If it continues like this, JF's going to be the champion. But can Darkrow get to perk 3? Can that change anything?
Go, Ruffles!
Right, perk 3's coming up. He does have a bridge switch available, ready to go, but he doesn't have anything on the bridges at the moment to make use of it. Wants that at the top. Here it comes. Right. Can this change things in his favor? Shut up, Volt. Right. Extra mana from Ruffles. Make sure you're not topped off. Right, next bridge switch is 8 seconds away. Dark Crows are almost caught up on XP here. This breath is going to be quite deadly. But he will be able to pump the bridge in a second. Being a little bit slow here. I feel like he could have got on the bridge, got some night puffs, and really pushed forward. I don't like how Dark Crow is playing this. Whenever I play KP, it's just a case of get on the bridge, get those night puffs as quickly and as often as possible. Get some face damage here, but the shield's going to be great. But remember, that is true damage that comes from the breath, so that will ignore those shields, even the divine shield. This is so close. Next bridge switch is 5 seconds away. If he had it now, he could possibly just close the game out, but he's going to have to wait and then not necessarily have things on the bridges. Right, bridge switch available. JF slightly ahead. Dark Crow being a little bit passive for my liking here. Those traps are going to hold him off the bridge. Right. Can he get on? He needs to get on this bridge and switch it. Go! Right, night puffs. Oh, okay. The rocket scrap may be there just to hold them in. Both players at Mana Frenzy. Remember the perks are timer based, so they don't get any faster during Frenzy. That breath might carry JF to victory here. Let's see. When's the next switch? We're 5 seconds away. Oh, that's a nice clear. He's going to be able to get stuff on the bridge soon. Right, split's available. Bridge switch is available. He's only generating a couple at a time. I'd like to see more for sure. Divine shield on the puffs. Did you know they're Empyrean? You do now. Night puffs getting that divine shield. This is going to be very close. Looks like Dark Crow is slowly getting some real pressure, but then the breath comes in and just shreds that. Right. Bridge switch is a second away. Okay, there we go. Oh, Chisma comes out, but Chisma gets rocket scratted. That was unfortunate. If I had to call it here, I would say it's probably going to go to Dark Crow. I feel like he's eventually going to break through. That spirit is going to really help there. Ardera just survives. Right. But now he needs to go. Bridge switch is available as well. I don't like playing so defensive like this. Get on the bridge and just go. Switch is available. Switch is available. Right. Okay. He might be doing it. Might be smart to wait, or not. Like I'm not sure what's going on. I think he was going to wait until the breath dispersed. But again, he's got the big buff, the big spirit there. That's really helping out. Right. How does JF hold on here? I don't know. He's doing a great job keeping the fight near the bridges, keeping everything together so he can breath it all. But it looks like Dark Crow may have broken through. Bridge switch is almost here. Oh! The divine shield, but it's not going to save them, of course, because of that true damage. But JF's going to have to defend deep now, and that means he's going to lose control of the bridges. Big bridge switch comes in. Ardera gets the Glenn's Brew. This is going to be Dark Crow taking the tournament here. JF's done a great job holding on. But King Puff Perk 3 just too much. Darkrow's the champion. He just needed to break through. And he did. I mean, I feel like despite Darkrow winning, I feel like he played a little bit passively at the end there. A little bit defensively. But it worked out. Of course, he had to be careful with the breath. But wow. Both players doing a great job keeping the fight there or thereabouts on the bridge. JF knew that if he kept everything on the bridge, he got huge value out of that breath, which he did time and time again. Even the Divine Shield does not protect against it. Right. Darkrow is the champion. Darkrow has beaten JF in the grand final here by 3 games to 2. They are Puffs, but they are Knights. And they are Empyrean. GG. That game could have gone on for a long, long time, but we just needed... I think one thing that really changed, well, that was super, super important, was getting that spirit on the shield guard. Just kept that shield guard of light alive for so long. And of course, with it, holding the bridge and getting that XP. Wowzers. Right. GG to everyone involved. Super well played. King Puff's perk 3 was really, really powerful there. The extra trap, of course, useful for Diona. Didn't really get too much value. And of course, Diona's perk 2 doesn't help too much in that situation because, I mean, stuff's dying real close to the bridge, so it's, even if it's dropping the vial, it's going to be very difficult for Ruffles to not get shredded. But that was probably the game of the day, the last game. Of course, these players, it's very late where they are. They've been playing for hours on end. Very impressive. And the Shield Guard of Light, we see so many times today, the Shield Guard, again and again and again. Right. You've got to have snacks at hand, Jules. GG! Incredible last game. Right. We'll see if we can get an interview. If not, we'll get out of here. Okay, looks like we're going to get an interview, which is good. Reminder, we do have a giveaway open, so if you want to get in that, I'll pull that at the end of the stream, probably, or after the stream. Do so if you wish. Right. Let's see if we can get this interview going. Right. Does he have the speaker role? Yes, he does. Okay, Darkrow, can you hear me? I don't think so, because you appear to be muted and deafened, but hopefully he'll be ready soon. I don't think he's server deafened. I think he's deafened on his side. It's probably not my fault. If you got any questions in the chat, let me know. Any questions for specifically for Dark Crow, let me know. And if they're appropriate, we'll try to direct them onto him. See if we can get you an answer. The most OP underrated master right now. I mean, we did see him play King Puff a couple of times. Get some good wins with him. We've had some waits during the event. What's another one? What's another one between friends? So we'll get this interview done, and then we'll do an awkward wave, and then we'll go raid someone, and then we can get on with our days. It's been a long one. I appreciate you guys joining us. Some of you have been here for all of the events. Some of you were late, and it has been noticed. But I appreciate you all being here. Okay, Dark Crow. Oh, okay. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yay! Hey, how are you? Congratulations!
Well, a bit tired. It's very difficult fighting JF.
Yeah, what time is it there?
4.5 for both of us. So it's a fair game because it's also.
Oh, I can hear myself there. Mute the stream if you got it on. So
it's late for both of us.
Yeah, a very long day. Do you really feel tired when you get to the end of these events? Is it difficult to play at a really top level whilst you're really tired?
It's always like that, so I'm getting used to it. But I think it's first time for JF to play this late, so.
Yeah, so we haven't seen JF in a tournament for a long time. So were you surprised to see him here? And what did you feel when you saw that he was going to be playing?
Not really. Actually, we're in the same chatting group, so I kind of know in advance that he might join. Something like that. Everyone, including me, is pushing him to join.
Oh, got you. That's good, because it's always good to have these top players here. I was very surprised, but very pleasantly surprised to see him here. He played so well. I know you played him earlier in the tournament, and he was able to beat you. What do you think was different in the final, where you were able to ultimately beat him?
Well, I have to say, maybe I played more cheese, and I kind of know what he would play. So it may not work. So of course, King Puff is not overpowered, but with a special build, so it can work against his defensive deck.
So talk us through a little bit that last game. It was super close. We know King Puff's perk 3 can be very strong. Did you feel confident that if you could get to perk 3, then you could maybe ultimately win the game? Because of course you ended up both getting to Mana Frenzy, and it was super close at the end there.
I think it's less about the King Puff's perk 3. The Night Kings are very fragile now. Yep. It's more about the build, and also about his my opponent's deck and play style.
Because we could see you kept getting the spirit on your shield guard, and I think that really helped. Just give him that extra health, just so he could stay alive longer and just hold that bridge. Seemed really important. Yes,
I used to play it with Morelia, and then I found that it also works with King Puff.
Yeah, so I think in an earlier match, I think I saw you ping across when you accidentally picked up one of the buffs with the flyby. You've obviously got to be careful of that if you're using the flyby, and you don't want to waste those buffs on it.
Well, basically he banned the 2 spells, so I don't have much choice. I was aware of that, but it's hard to control. sometimes you just had to use that spell.
Yeah, for sure. So, do you think JF was your hardest opponent today? If you think about all the matches you had overall.
Definitely. I actually I did to be honest, I didn't expect to win today.
Ah, so if you didn't expect to win, but you did win, what do you think happened that was different to what you expected?
I mean maybe it's the special build and it's the matching matter. What I play, what my opponent play.
Yeah, so it worked out really well. We saw every single master being played today at some point, even Stormbringer. So that was good to see. How do you feel the balance between the masters is when you talk about 1v1 in the tournaments? Are there some that you think's much stronger than others, or do you think overall the balance is reasonably okay?
Well, it's very tricky question. Overall, I still think some masters like Morelia, Reds, Leona are better than the others. While for the other masters, they might need kind of a special build to carry the master.
Yeah, for sure. Like we wouldn't expect to see someone banning Ratbow, but JF can really bring out some really strong Ratbow decks. So maybe it's
Yes.
a little bit down to the particular player. One of the things I'd like to ask you about, and this is a discussion that we've had a lot with other people, is how do you feel about Shield Captain Avea? Is she too strong? Should we ban her from the tournaments? Should we give players an extra card ban because they mostly ban Avea anyway? What do you think?
Uh, well, if you look at the board, we are not seeing many Avia players these days, and the only reason reason is that there are so many push decks these days, and it's actually not that easy to pull off with Avia.
Do you think push decks are more in the on the ladder rather than in tournaments? So Avea doesn't really appear on the leaderboard much, but is potentially much stronger in tournaments.
Uh, Again, it's more on matching.
Yeah.
So yeah, like for example, if my opponents destroy did his did it right, actually it would be very difficult for my Avia deck to survive.
Yeah, because we saw Avera a few times. I can't remember if it was you, but there was one where she never got activated. She got shut down quite strongly. But then we saw other times where she was super strong. So it's not a case of every time we see her she's really strong, and she definitely has some counters to her.
Yes. So that's why usually Avia players will bring a beam.
Yeah, just to get rid of whatever shuts her down. And one thing we saw a lot today, both in terms of cards being banned and played, was Morgrul's Mark. What do you think about Morgrul's Mark? Is it a card you like? Do you think it's currently too strong? And if so, what would you change?
I think it's too strong. It gives you so many units. It gives the thoughts. You can easily pick out. You can easily take out the units in the pocket with it, and then usually you will need well 5 mana spell or even 7 to do that.
Yeah,
Also, it denies many playstyle. Well, in the previous seasons, you can just use your master to tank. Well, use your health as resource, and then, for example, you have nothing to fight against a cleaver. You can let it hit the face, and then you can use a score to quickly kill it. But now, no. Once you put your Scots there, they will use the mark, and then the cleaver will hit your
yeah,
hit your Scots. So in a sense, it's too strong. Also, it gives you the torch. It can work very well with many other things like the Pauline, even Troubadour, so even statue. So I don't think it's very balanced. I always have difficult fights in the ladder with Mogul Smart players, and even myself, I play it in the tournament.
If you were going to nerf it, what would you change about it?
Maybe well, it's hard because hard to say, but I think adding 1 mana would be fair.
You think it okay? Because I know in the
Yeah,
PTR they're reducing the number of swarmers by 1, but I don't think that's gonna. I don't think that's what we need.
Oh, that will not affect much.
Okay, so yeah, we did see a lot of people play that and a lot of people ban that. So obviously a very strong card, and as you say, we see that in a lot of decks on the ladder in both solos and in team play as well. Now, I think Renzo had a question from the chat. He said, do you think that Empyrean is the best way to go in 1v1? We saw a lot of Empyrean decks today, a lot of Ardera decks. Do you think that's a very, very strong strat?
Yeah, I still think it's a very strong strategy, as well as the how to say that, the rats.
The scrats?
Yeah, Scratch deck.
Yeah.
They are all both of them are very strong. If one mistake and you lose the whole game.
And so you mentioned about, I think you said that the rush decks on the ladder are very strong. How do you enjoy that kind of meta, or would you prefer something slightly different?
Well, I think it's okay for me. I just go with the win.
Yeah.
Because I also played Clash Royale before, so I think I think Minion Masters is more and more like that. You need a lot of big units to carry your deck, and not just you cannot rely on those low mana units. Well, too much.
Yeah, how are you feeling about the game now with the bridge changes? We've had the bridge changes for a while now. Of course, that's the no collision, no playing units on bridge. Are you happy with where the game is with regards to the gameplay now? Because I know that changed a lot of deck types, a lot of strats that people could use. And of course, one of the masters that really affected was King Puff, even though you were able to get some good wins with King Puff. So are you happy with how the game is at the moment?
Again, I say I just go with the wind. So whatever turns out, just adapt my deck, adapt my playstyle to the environment, and I think overall it's still okay. Although you can see many new playstyles there, many different pushes there, so overall I think it's fine.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely something you can see with the top players, that they can adapt to play different types of ways when these rules change, or just, in the tournament sometimes we see players play lots of different types of strats, lots of different types of decks, and we've all seen some players on the ladder who play one kind of deck, they play it well, but they're not really good at playing a wide range, and I think that's something that really separates the real top players from the other ones.
That's one of the main reasons why I joined the tournaments. It's always fun to play different decks. It's kind of forcing myself out of my comfort zone.
Yeah,
I used to be like that, to be honest. One deck works very well, can win a lot of pages, a lot of games in the streak, and then you will become reluctant to change your deck.
Yeah, so obviously the problem with that is in tournament play, when someone bans that particular deck or whatever, you've got to be able to play around it, and I think that's another skill of the players to play around the bans. So
yes,
it's
that's why I think everyone should join the tournament. Even some players who used to play 1 or 2 decks are using more and more decks, and I think that's healthy.
Yeah, for sure. There are certain players that like to just play the same deck and change masters, whereas other players will play all sorts of different things. And I think I mentioned in the commentary that's sometimes, like for example, I don't want to call Set out, for example, but Set is one of those players that likes a certain deck and will play the same kind of deck with many different masters, and I think that can sometimes count against them because it gives you, you have a good idea of what they're going to play, right? So then you can properly play against it. Whereas if we think about JF today, not many people had much of an idea of what JF was going to play in the next match. So I think that flexibility to play lots of different matches can help you. Sorry, lots of different strats can really help you in the tournaments.
Yes, the same deck will not work twice against players like JF or Cat.
Yeah. It was a shame we didn't have Cat here today, but obviously we saw Cat in the last event. But I'm sure as a competitor like you, you're always happy to see these real top players playing in these events, and it really allows you to test yourself against the best of the best when it comes to Minion Masters, which I'm sure is something you enjoy.
Yeah, I play against JF and Cat on a daily basis. To be honest, my win rate is not high against them, but it's also fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I know Cat and it looks like Cat and JF have been dominating the solo leaderboard. Does it help you playing against these players on the ladder when it comes to playing them in the tournament? Does it give you more confidence, or do you like have a better idea of what they're going to play?
Yes, the more you play against them, the more you know their play style, what cards they like to use. So you help a lot with your deck building.
That's good. Do you feel like the ladder play is completely different to tournament play, or is it quite similar? Because I know before when we had wildcards in solos, it was like completely different. Whereas now it's far more similar, I think, to a degree.
It's far more similar, but still many players are not, including me, are not abusing some decks. They also don't want to expose their deck before the tournament.
I see. Okay, so do you practice in secret then with some people ahead of time with these decks that you don't want to share?
Yeah. Many players do that.
Yeah,
as
of
far as I
course.
know.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. But of course, you got to find good players to practice against that are not going to be in the tournament, really, right?
Yeah, I found the Nerzl and sets practicing against each other right before the tournament.
Nice. Okay, well, it's really good to talk to you, and congratulations again. Is there anything you'd like to say to JF as your opponent in the final? Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone in general?
In general, thank you for the games. And again, I'm still amazed myself that so I don't think so. I do hope that we'll see more of JF participating in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, even though I might lose next time.
Yeah, but I'm sure, as we said before, I'm sure you like seeing all these top players. Even if you end up losing to them, it's always fun to try yourself against the best of the best.
Yeah, it's much better than, well, no offense, it's much better than weak chicken pecking each other, including me.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, good to talk to you again. Congratulations again, and I look forward to seeing you again soon, probably in the next tournament, and maybe winning the next one.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for joining me. Take care, my friend.
Have a good day.
You too, and a good night. Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, well, that was really good to hear from Dark Crow, our Night's Duel number 26 tournament winner. Right, so that was a fun time. Hopefully you guys had a good time. I had a good time too. A little bit longer than normal today, but that's because we had more people involved. We had a top 8 instead of a top 4, so that was really good to see. So very well played to everyone that got involved. Reminder that these events are open to everyone of whatever ability, from the best of the best down. And we see a lot of new players coming in and a lot of returning new players. That's good. Hopefully this is a great way for newer players to learn against some really good players and to take your Minion Masters to the next level. Now, reminder, I know I've told you 87 times, but number 88 is the PTR. The PTR is this weekend. It is available now if you want to get involved. So, have a look. Go to the Minion Masters Discord. Give yourself the tester role. Look at the PTR documentation. It'll tell you how to get involved. It'll tell you the proposed changes. You can log in. You can try the new cards and the new changes, the balance changes, and crucially, you can give your feedback. So when the balance team have a look at all the feedback, they can get the best review possible of the proposed changes. And based on what you say, things may go through, things might not go through, things may get changed. Or maybe you've got other ideas of things that you could put in place. This is a community kind of funded effort to get involved and help the devs with regards to the balancing. If you got any questions, just hit me up. Always here to help. Right. Don't forget that the VOD for today's event will be on YouTube tomorrow. So if you missed any of it, you can revisit it. If you want to revisit it, revisit the matches, check out the decks, replay anything, it's going to be there for you. I think also on YouTube next week, I'm probably going to do my Mini Masters meta review video for this current season. So we should get some good information from that. Just a reminder, as I mentioned earlier, I've been taking snapshots of the leaderboard every single day, solos, pre-mades, randoms, and crunching them into a spreadsheet. And so hopefully that will give us some good information of what is, at least according to the leaderboards, what is the most played, what is seemingly the strongest in terms of Masters cards. I can guarantee you that Morgrel's Mark is going to be on there somewhere. So yeah, a great final. Big shout out to Dark Crow and JF for putting on a great show for us. Super close games. Went down to the wire. And of course the final game also went down to the wire. Really, really, really good play. Top level play. We saw a lot of different strats. A lot of different plays. And really good to see the guys here again. Right. I think we just need to awkward wave. If you've redeemed a dwarf pack, I'll do that later, maybe tomorrow. Don't worry, it won't get forgotten. And the giveaways as well, we'll do that as well. But thanks to Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf for putting these events together. Thanks for Sinobii, of course, for doing everything behind the scenes. Does a great job, couldn't do it without him. Thanks for you guys joining us from home and everyone that took part as well. Remember, these events are open to everyone, so even if you haven't thought about it, maybe you could do. So, let's have a look who we're going to raid, and then we can peace out of here. Ben Shieldguard. Right. Don't worry, I'm still waving. Appreciate you guys all being here. We're going to raid someone who's playing minions. Let's get our raid and our sub-raid on. Don't worry, I'm not stopping. I'm still waving in my head. Still there. Can't wait to eat. Still waving. Don't worry. I just need to use my hand for a second to type something. Still waving. And remember, you don't get to see the full wave here on YouTube. Here on Twitch. Some of it gets cut off. Easty with the Prime sub. Let's go. But what you will see, if you look at the VOD on YouTube, you'll see the awkward wave in its entirety. Right, let's make sure this is muted. Right, there we go. Okay. I'm still waving, don't worry. Hopefully you're waving back. I assume you are. It'd be awkward. It'd be like extra awkward if you're not. But then like it's an awkward wave. So, but it's not an extra awkward wave. I don't know. Okay, looks like the wave is on. Right. Thanks for everyone that joined. Appreciate you all. See you for the next one. For the next tournament, the next stream. Swedish is basically Chinese. I'm not sure that's correct. Dutch is basically Danish. Okay, we're going to raid Destroy. Looks like he's streaming. We saw him in the tournament earlier. He got to the semi-finals, I think. Ultimately beaten by Dark Crow, the grand champion. Looks like Destroy can't get enough of Minion Masters. Did we raid yet? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm just gonna keep waving until something happens. I assume something will happen at some point. There we go. Right, there's the raid. That should be everything. Oops, it's the wrong button. Just took a screenshot accidentally. Hope you were smiling. Okay,